Hello, 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 and welcome to the Good Vibes Lifestyle live stream happening from to you from Townsend, Tennessee. We are at the Smoky Mountain Bigfoot Festival, and I hope you're watching. It's been a little tricky today because we've got rain happening. It was pouring when we were trying to set it up, and we had generator problems, power problems, so it's been pretty nutty. But we're here now. And I've got two roving reporters out in the field, and when they're ready, I will let you know. So I've got Rick, if you're ready, I'm gonna pull you on the screen. Here we go.
Scan.
There you go.
Hey, I can't hear you real well, but I'm gonna scan what's going on right here.
Okay.
Looks like they're setting up some music. A lot of food trucks over here. People are rolling in. And I think it's going to stop raining shortly, I hope.
Me too. It's
back to you, Leslie, because I'm going to try to fix my audio a little better, okay? Go to Chris. Maybe Chris can get you better. All righty?
All right. All right. Chris?
Hello, hello.
Chris, can you hear me? I see
Yes.
all the mud out there.
There's a lot of mud and a lot of people.
Yeah, it's just getting started out here. Did they already have the Squatch event?
He's not come on yet.
No? Okay, so hopefully we'll get to see that happening.
Hey, look at that. Well,
so you're going to go to the food truck and get some food, I take it?
Yes, we are. We are starving from that long, wet mile.
Yes. So Chris and Rick did the 5K run, and of course it was pouring rain, and just they came back soaked, but they're hanging in there.
Hello.
And showing us.
You guys are live on Good Vibes TV right now. So can we get one of each of these? Look at those funnel cakes, Leslie. Oh my God.
Yum.
And those fried potatoes.
That looks so good.
You want cheese or bacon, Leslie?
I'm good right now. I'm going to eat that banana once I get a chance.
No cheese or bacon.
I'm good. Well, Chris, I'm going to talk a little bit more about the schedule of what's happening today. And if you are able to see Squatch, please go let me know.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So that was Chris Quinones. He's my other Bigfoot field reporter covering, because I'm here at the podcast tent, and I will actually be interviewing people as they come in. And I wanted to show you my little co-host. Here he is, my little Bigfoot. And if you like this, you can actually go to my Amazon store. Just go to good-vibes.tv, and you will see where you can order one of these guys. So cool, huh? So here we are at the Smoky Mountain Bigfoot Festival. I still have my broken arm, but I think I'm gonna let my little Sasquatch sit here in my sling. And you know, I'm streaming to Facebook and LinkedIn and Instagram, but specifically from Facebook, you can actually, and I believe from YouTube, you can actually go ahead and make a comment, and I can put it on the screen. And today is a very special day because it is May 4th, so May the 4th be with you. You've got Solo Not Solo is one of the bands, and let's actually pull up the schedule today because we've got, here we go. And you have to bear with me, people, because I still have my broken arm, and I've been setting all this stuff up with one hand. Of course, I did get some help from Rick and Chris while they're able to, but we were contending with rain and no power, so geez, it's been tricky. So this is what's going on. We've got at the speaker stage Turtleman. Oh, I know Rick wanted to go see Turtleman, so that was starting at 10:15. Rick, if you can hear me, you may want to head over to see Turtleman. because I think he's speaking at 10:15. Then at the speaker stage, we've also got Diamond Jim Bordine, and we've got 11:30 Ronnie LeBlanc, and then Russell Accord. The Mountain Monsters will be there at 2 o'clock. And also Ron, our favorite, Ron Moorhead at 3:30. Ron, I interviewed 2 episodes, and I'll be playing portions of that throughout the day so I can take a break. Then at 4:30, we've got our Scott Russell. Also, what's going on and what we were looking for was Squatchy was going to start with the national anthem today. But, you know, best laid plans. This is what happens. We don't always, you make the plans, but you got to go with the flow because things don't always work out the way you like to. Again, oh, I see a comment. You can comment, and I'm so excited. Oh, and we've got Carolyn Gray Revezzo. And to you too, yes. May the 4th be with you. Love that. It's so fun today. So there is an extra theme overlaying the Bigfoot Festival, which is the Star Wars, you know, May the 4th be with you. We've also got wrestling. Now, I don't know how they're going to do Wrestling in the Ring because I don't think they have a tent, but we'll see. And 3 times today, they're going to be doing a Bigfoot Calling, so that's going to be pretty awesome. And let's see. I see Rick. I see his earring, but I guess he's not ready to do anything. But Rick, remember that Turtleman is at the speaker stage if that's something that you want to do. Then we've got live music, solo, not solo, like I said, and the Little Squatchette Dancers at noon, following Zeb Ross, the TikTok viral clogger, and Beethoven at 1:30. He's a Bigfoot that plays Beethoven music on the piano. Then we have Squatch again. It's Bigfoot playing Guns N' Roses music, which is awesome, and he plays guitar and kind of looks like Slash from Guns N' Roses. And let's see, they've got the Bigfoot Action Theater, which I don't know what that is. They had that, they didn't have that last year, so I'm not quite sure what that is, but maybe we'll find out. Then they have wrestling again, and the Bigfoot Calling contest happens 3 times. And you may hear in the background, there is some chainsaws running, and that's because they are doing carving throughout the day, and they actually have a live auction that's happening later on today, and we will be getting pictures of the carving. So that's really cool. I'll be doing some live interviews with people as I come to the tent. So, you know, welcome to the Smoky Mountain Bigfoot Festival. It's so awesome that it's here today, and, you know, we've been waiting for this a long time, planning for it, and it's finally here. So happy that we've got this going on, despite all the challenges that we've been having. So they did have a 5K run, and like I said, with Rick. And, you know, again, we are live streaming from Townsend, Tennessee. Now, I did have another camera that I'm going to add. It's been real tricky with our all our issues in getting set up, but we are streaming throughout the festival, so I am going all day long. So this is really going to be something else. I want you to check out the, oops, not that, this. So this is my shot of, from what I can see, from my area. There's a climbing tower. They got a kids area, which is kind of right in front of us, and then we have a little tent, and then down that way is where all the noise is coming from regarding the carving. So you can see the mountains back there, and yeah, I think that the sun is going to come out. It always does, and we are visualizing that happening. So bear with us as we live stream today, and I am going to take this off, and let's see if our field reporters are doing anything. Let me, Rick, do you have anything for us? Let me pull you up.
Yeah,
Hey,
hey,
Rick,
Leslie. I'm at
what's
the
going on?
wrestling arena right now, and it
Oh,
looks like
okay.
they're gonna probably start. Let me see if I can show you a little bit of that. They're probably going to start soon. They're getting ready to, I think they're cleaning off the wrestling mat right now. But there's a few people here gathering around. And we're getting ready
Rick,
to start shortly. I think I'm going to head over to the speakers right now.
you gonna check out Turtleman?
Yeah, we'll see if we can
Turtleman?
get a hold of Turtleman. It's a little hard to hear you out here, but we're going to try.
Okay.
So
Well, we
you
can
can
hear
see
you
there's
pretty
a few
good.
people coming. I'm in the food court right now.
Yes.
I know Chris was here earlier.
I think he was
I
looking
just
for food.
know it's a lot of people coming in. So hopefully things will be nicer and the sun will come out a little bit. They're actually doing something up on the stage here. I don't know if you
Okay.
can see anything over there or not.
Not too much, but the one thing you may want to do is wipe your camera lens down. Oh, Chris is over here at the booth. He's eating some.
Okay. All
He's
right.
eating
I'm
some.
gonna throw it back to you, and I'm gonna head over to the speakers.
See
Okay.
Turtleman? Okay. We'll check
All
in
right.
with you
I'll
momentarily.
talk to you soon. All
Thank
righty.
you. Okay. All right. So Rick is headed over there, and Chris, come on. I know. Cut through. It's fine. Oh, yes. So here we are. This is live, and it's been crazy with this rain. And Chris is eating. But you need to have some energy, right? And you got to eat. And he's got funnel cake, and I can't really. If you go in front of this camera, I can see it if you want. Well, for right now, go ahead and enjoy it. I'm gonna throw to something else right now. I'm still here. Sorry, guys. We were just trying to figure things out. And yeah, if you're watching, please go ahead and make a comment and check things out. It is raining. We've had struggles, so we had to start a little late. But I've got my little co-host here, my little Bigfoot. And he's going to keep me company while my field reporters go out and kind of give us the scoop on what's happening out in the field. Rick's headed over to see Turtleman, so that's really cool. But yeah, it's been a challenge getting this thing streaming, so it's all good. But I'm going to take a quick break right now. So, oh, here we go. Here's a comment. Here we go. So Bridget from Finding Coherence, of course, my sister is watching, and I thank you that. So happy. May the 4th be with you, Bridget. It's, you know, really cool that we are doing this on May 4th. And I will be, we have a monitor going on. I see we got now 3 people that are watching. So it's been very exciting to be here. So I'm going to take a quick break to see if I can get some things figured out and check out this commercial. So there you go. All right. Well, I've got another comment here. So yeah, I'm doing something new. This is for sure. And Bridget says, "May the 4th be with you." That commercial was for her. She is doing, her company is called Finding Coherence, and she's a wellness coach. So she helps people with their wellness issues, and now with menopausal women. So if you are in that situation, menopausal, which would be like my age, but you know, it's a range of time for mature women. Bridget is the person you want to talk to. She does, you know, a discovery call where you can actually find out if you guys are a good fit. So check her out. She's very cool. Now, see, Rick is not just ready just yet, but when he is, I will let you know. And so here I'll go over some of the different things that are coming up. So there's the Battle Royale Wrestling. Then they have some Bigfoot Calling contest. And they're the little Squatchet dancers that will be dancing, followed by Zeb Ross, who's the viral TikTok clogger happening. And we've got music, solo, not solo band, which is a Star Wars theme band for the May the 4th be with you. And we have Squatchy, who would be playing Guns N' Roses music. Also Beethoven, who will be playing different music on the piano. There are wood carvers around, and that's why you'll hear periodically different chainsaws happening. And let's see, it looks like, I'm not sure if Chris or Rick are ready. Rick, it looks like your screen is frozen. Yeah, I lost you. So you might have to log on, or he's having problems with internet connectivity, but it's okay. Turtleman is here, and that's one of Rick's favorite. I don't know why. He loves when he says live action and gets all crazy. And our favorite friend, Ron Moorhead, is a Bigfoot researcher who we've interviewed, and I'll be playing some portions from the episodes that I did with him. The other speakers that are happening today, Diamond Jim Boardwine, Ronnie LeBlanc, Russell Accord, the Mountain Monsters will also be here, R. Scott Russell, and then they've got a ton of vendors. I think they have over 100 vendors here, which is pretty impressive. So because, I mean, to set up in the rain and be here, it's been pretty interesting. Ooh, the other thing I got to share with you is I'm going to do a drawing. And let's see if I have that. There we go, to share with you. So this drawing is for several different items that I've got, several Oracle decks and Good Vibes swag. And all you have to do, you can take a picture of this QR code, and it'll take you to a page where you sign up for your email. That's the first part, to enter the drawing. Then you want to subscribe. They don't tell you to go to the Good Vibes TV YouTube channel where you want to subscribe, and then just comment Bigfoot on that particular episode. I'm going to do the drawing next week, or this coming week on Thursday at the next Good Vibes lifestyle live stream, which will be happening on Thursday. So check it out. And again, here is the URL for the Bigfoot drawing. So tinyurl.com/GVTVBF drawing. So feel free to do that so that you will get a chance to win one of these great prizes that I've got. I've featured several of these Oracle decks over the last few months. Angels and Auras is one of them. They're over there, so I'm not going to get up to look at it. But anyway, it's some good stuff and some Good Vibes swag, so check it out. And if you like my little guy here, you just want to go to my YouTube. Here, let me take this off here. Go to my YouTube. Go to my website, good-vibes.tv, and you can get one of these guys. So I was thinking I need a name for my little Sasquatch here, my co-host today. And so if you have a name, a thought for a name for for this little guy, for my co-host, let me know in the comments. Uh, and by the end of the day, hopefully we'll have a name for him because I just don't know. I do have my friend Andrew. Pardon me while I try to get situated here because it's not been easy. um, he suggested Sam Squatch, so that's a possible name for him, Sam Squatch. But what other names can you come up with? Of course, there's Harry and the Henderson, so I could name him Harry. But I don't know. What do you think? Let's come up with a name for him. Okay, so let's see if we can check in with Rick. Nope, he's not around, but I see Chris is wandering around, so let's bring Chris up. Hey, Chris, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Chris. You got water on your lens, so you may want to, your picture is a little blurry, so you may want to wipe that off. Yeah, that's better. So where are you at? Tell me what's going on where you're at.
We are down here with all the vendors, with all the cool stuff that they sell down here. Things like the wood knockers to keep the Bigfoots away. Cool little patches, shirts of all sorts. And of course, all the crowd. There is a long line right there. I wonder what that line is for. So it must be somebody signing something. Just somebody famous is down here. All the famous people, I guess, are here.
You may be, you're by the speakers stages. So the speakers.
There's the
That
Jim
are,
Ford, Russell Accord, Turtleman.
Yep. The people can actually get their autographs taken and get things signed and pictures signed and things like that. But yeah, I remember last year the most popular ones seemed to be the mountain monsters. Are very popular, of course, because we are in the mountains of the Smoky Mountains.
Excuse me.
Okay, there's Turtleman. I hear him. I'm gonna go, but there he is. I'm gonna pull you up screen so you can hear him.
Make them cats mad here, I'm telling you. I don't know how long I got, wow, man. How long do I got? Watch the tape, man. Ain't it? Now, y'all believe in miracles, don't you? All right. I've seen miracles happen. Man, I'm telling you what, I've seen them. One time I had this guy, he didn't believe in Jesus. Didn't believe in God. I went like this. Stop the truck. I said, you done made Turtleman mad. I said, no, I got to pick up a frog gig back there in the road. So I run back from here to the road. I come back with the frog gig. I put it in the back of the truck, and he goes, what'd you do that for? I said, I'm going to use that gig to make that guy a believer. They didn't know what I was talking about. So I get to the pond, right? This guy's farm, 20 degrees. Pond froze over solid, ice, snowing. Had about 2 inches of snow. So I'm sitting there, walk down to the pond. I said, I'm going to catch a turtle, Neil. Get the banjo out. He goes, what? I gotta get the banjo out. You probably call it the doodling banjos where he come from. So he started picking that doodling banjo song, and this guy got out. I said, get the Bible, Neil, squirrel. Get the Bible out for him. He's going to need it. He goes, what for? I said, if I catch a turtle today, barehanded, you're going to go to church, ain't you? You're going to be a believer? Yes, sir, he said. He said, if you catch a turtle out today, 20 degrees, the pond is frozen solid, Turtleman. There's no way you can get in it. I said, don't worry about that. I said, you're going to be a believer, right? He said, yes, sir. I'll go to church tonight, he said. I said, well, Jesus is following us today. So Neil's picking the banjo. He's getting ready to hit the doodling banjo, All right. I took that frog gig. I said, squirrel, give me that frog gig. He got the frog gig out, and he said, now, partner, what are you going to do with the frog gig in the snow? I said, you watch this right here. So I'm going around the bank of that pond, you know. Nobody knew what I was doing. I'm going all around that pond. There was one little tree out there by that pond, right there where we were standing. The guy was standing right by the little tree. So I'm walking up there, right? Thump, thump, thump. I thought, oh, I don't need the frog gig now. I'll just lay that right here. I dive in. Come back up. 25-pound snapper turtle. That guy said, I'm going to church right now. And he went to church every day after that. The Lord provided. Woo! He works in mysterious ways. Thank you, thank you. I'm going to get back over to my tent. If you want to see the mountain men, we're all over there, 1041. We're all over there. Turtleman down the end in a creek. So, woo! Might have to swim to get to me. So, y'all have a good day.
Give it up for Turtleman! Turtleman, thank you, sir. Like you said, go over there, say hello to Turtleman. The rest of our speakers, you can see them right now. Like I said, it's his life mission to see everyone, so he's going to see you today. All right, our speaker series continues. We got another great speaker coming up for you here. He's going to be right at the front of the stage, Mr. Diamond Jim Bordelon. He's a historian, a civil history buff. He appeared on the show back in 2012. He joins us to give a touch of history. He's a son of the Appalachians. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Diamond Jim.
Okay, so that was Chris with Turtleman. Chris, thanks for reporting. Very cool. Try to stay a little dry and grab some more food because I know you're hungry. Or come back to the tent and eat what we brought. Some kettle
How in the world am I supposed to call my buddy Turtleman after talking like
yummy
that?
things. I think I'm going to treat myself. Want some? All right. Well, before I eat that, let me take this off the screen and let's show you what's happening from my point of view. Lots of activities. And I'm going to have something to eat. Let me go to a commercial and I'll be right back after this. Okay, well, back. Yes, honey. I'm on live now. Let's go to a commercial. So we're back here at the Townsend, Tennessee Smoky Mountain Bigfoot Festival. This is happening all day, and this is the May the 4th Be With You version of it. So you're going to see a lot of Star Wars people. They've got Solo Not Solo playing, which is their Star Wars themed band. And I've got my little guy right here, my little co-host. And yeah, we've got a monitor here so people can see us streaming live. I'm streaming live all day. I will take some breaks where I can, you know, do what I need to do. But yeah, what a challenge it was this morning. It was pouring rain, pouring rain. And then we had generator problems and power problems, but we finally got all that figured out. You know, this is, you make your plans, but you got to roll with what you get. And we are streaming to 4 different Facebook pages, LinkedIn, also YouTube, of course, Twitter, and even Instagram. Now, Instagram may only be around for an hour. I think it'll only stream for an hour. So that may only last so long. But yeah, we are here, and let me show you some of the people that are walking by. This is the view from my perspective, and my plan is to actually interview some of the attendees, maybe some of the festival organizers, as we have this event. I've got some cool little giveaways. This little flashlight that has a little affirmation on there. And of course, things are a little wet and soggy, but we're figuring it out. It's been kind of crazy. So you can comment if you're watching from YouTube or not Instagram, but YouTube or Facebook. You can make a comment and I can put it on the screen. So I would love to hear from you. And you can see the mud in the field, but it looks like it's clearing up. So that's a good thing. And I've got my little co-host here, my little Sasquatch. And I think Bridget had said, because I'm asking, I need help naming him. And I've got one possible name is Sam Squatch. Another one that Bridget is suggesting is, she says, use Sean's call sign, Squatch. So Squatch is another possibility. But yeah, we've got people that are walking by that braved the weather. And this is the thing, people that are into Sasquatch, people that are into Bigfoot, they are going out into, you know, nature. They're used to the weather. And yeah, hello. How are you? So yeah, I'm trying to come up with a name for my little co-host here. So if you have a name, go ahead and put it in the comments, and then that way I can do that. The other thing, by the end of the day, let me go to commercial real quick because I got to take care of some feedback. So check this out. And we're back at the Smoky Mountain Bigfoot Festival. May the 4th be with you. So I've got people walking by. Everyone's a little drenched from this weather, but they're weathering the storm. They are here, and that's awesome. This is the 4th annual Smoky Mountain Bigfoot Festival, and they had a 5K run in the rain this morning. Poor Rick and Chris were out there running in the rain, so it was pretty crazy. But they're dried up now, and you know, they're going to be reporting from the field the different activities that are happening. And again, we're coming from Townsend, Tennessee. Now, I do have a free drawing. So to qualify for the drawing, what you need to do is take a picture of this QR code on your phone, or you can actually go to this website right here. Did you? Let me go to commercial for 1 minute. You can try. Okay, so I was telling you about the free drawing. So use this QR code with your phone or go to tinyurl.com/capital GVTV big BF drawing. And I have several items right now. And let me see if I can get this camera. Let's see. Take a picture of the items, not really. There's several Oracle decks that I've got in a book, Wellness for Winners book that I wrote a chapter in. And yeah, it's several different things. And I'm going to do the drawing live, the next Good Vibes Lifestyle live stream coming up on Thursday at 3 o'clock. And actually that day I have a special interview with Diane Alexander, who is a sound therapist, a confidence coach. And she has a free master class coming up later in the month, which is what we're going to talk about at that time. But if you'd like to be part of this drawing, please feel free to do that. I'm excited to do the drawing. I haven't done a drawing in quite a while, and I've got some cool swag to give to you guys. So feel free to do that. All right, let's check in. Again, we are at the Smoky Mountain Bigfoot Festival. This is the 4th annual. And let's go back to the schedule. Let's see what time it is right now. It is 10:54. So if they're on time, there should be a Bigfoot calling competition. And I know Rick's headed somewhere, I think to the speaker stage again. So yeah, it's been wet today. And, oh, I see Rick. So let me see if I can get him on the screen. Hey, Rick, can you hear me?
I hear you. How you doing?
Oh, I'm hanging in there, you know.
I'm heading down to the speaker's tent, which is over there. You can see some lines. The line, the
Oh,
long,
yeah.
the longest line is for Ronnie from Expedition Bigfoot. That's the long line. And then there's some other lines there. You can see they're all lined up. Turtleman is first, and then it goes on down. Ron's down in there. Starting to get a little more crowded up here. So
Yes.
I don't know. Can you see anything? Okay.
Yeah, we still got signal, and I still see you. You were saying that Ronnie LeBlanc has a big line. People are watching him.
That long line right there in front of me.
Mm-hmm.
That line is from Ronnie LeBlanc, and he's from Expedition Bigfoot.
Uh-huh.
And then Russell is also on that show, but he is over that way. See, they're all
Yes.
lined up. Ron is actually in
Yeah.
the middle. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And yeah, it's a pretty long line for Ron. So I'm down here where the speakers are right now. I don't know who's up there. You probably got it on your list.
Let's see. Well, time check. It's 10:56. So there should be a Bigfoot calling contest at 10:45, but I know that's at a different stage.
Yeah, that's on the other side. Maybe Chris
so
is over that way. I'm not sure.
Yes, we've been having technical difficulties with our streaming, but that's okay. Yeah, at 11 o'clock, Diamond Jim Board Wine is talking. So Turtleman, I guess, is finished, and then Diamond Jim Board Wine.
Well, I got to correct what I said. Ronnie LeBlanc has a line, but The long line is actually for the mountain monsters now that I see it. I'm getting
Ah,
closer. Can you see it?
yes.
I'm just gonna start on the end here with Ronnie's, and then I'm gonna walk up so you can see everybody, and I'll walk by Ron. You still hear me okay?
I do.
Okay. All right, I'm down here where Ronnie's at. You see Ronnie over there?
Yeah, let me pull you up, honey.
That's Ronnie. Okay, now I'm going to walk past the mountain monsters, cut through the lines here, excuse me. And I'm in front of the mountain monster guys now, as you can see. You still see him? You still get me?
Yes, honey, I gotcha.
Okay, here's Ron. Say hi to Ron.
Hey,
That's
Ron.
Lexi.
Hey,
Hey, how
I
you
got it.
doing?
Great. I need to see
I
you in
said you broke
person.
your arm.
I did. I crashed into a tree with Rick's truck and I totaled it.
I heard. I hope you're feeling better.
Things happen. Thank
Good
you.
to
I'm
see
getting better every
you.
day, so it's all
Good to
good.
see you. In July, and we were wondering if you.
But I hope to. I'll check in with you sometime before the day is out and see you in person.
Yeah, I'll be here all day. So we'll figure it out.
Okay.
All
Good
right,
to see you.
I'm going to keep walking up, and then we'll see Ron in a little while. Thank you, man.
Yes. Thank you.
All right, I'm going up. There's Russell and one of the mountain monster guys. Right there, you see them?
Yes, I see them.
Okay. All right. He's got a line too right now. He's doing something, selling Bigfoot something. All right, I'm going to cut through the line and keep on going. Excuse me. Going up to Turtleman. See Turtleman? Turtleman. Did you get that? That was Turtleman. You want to say hi to Turtleman? Huh?
Sure.
We're live right now. This is Leslie.
Hello,
Turtleman.
Hey.
we got live action.
Yes. Hey there.
Howdy, partner. Come on
Great
down
to
to the
see you.
Bigfoot Trail down there in Townsend, Tennessee. Come check us out. Live action. Woo! Yay, 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 yay. He's laughing.
Awesome.
He's up in the corner up there at the booth.
Okay.
Way up there.
Way yonder.
And we're roving around. We were asked to
Woo!
do some stuff with the media. So
Nothing wrong with that stuff. Yay, 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 yay. Hope your dreams and wishes they come true.
Good
thank you,
to see you,
brother.
Turtle
Thank
Man.
you. All right, we're gonna cruise around here right now. How's that?
That's
Turtle
perfect,
Man.
honey. You're doing a great job.
Where's Chris?
Chris is going to the Bigfoot Calling. I have to see if he. Oh, yep, he's just getting
All right,
live
if he's
here.
going
So let
over
me see
there,
if
I'll walk. How about I walk
I've
over
got.
that way?
Okay.
Okay. I'll walk over there and probably about 5 minutes. I'll get back with you if you want.
Okay. Sounds good, hon.
Okay.
All right.
See you in a little bit.
Okay. So, Chris, I gotcha. They're doing the Bigfoot Calling, I guess, right? We'll listen in for a little bit. I'm gonna pull myself off the stage so we can hear.
Whoa, good job. All right, here goes to back to Lindsay. All right, I'm gonna stand up for this guy. All right, what is your name? I won't ask you how old you are, but 33 doesn't bless them. All right, give us your best call. Very nice. All right, let's go to the judge real quick. Buck, how is this? How is this for you? It's the first time you're hearing this.
First time hearing this.
Oh, okay. So compared to your others.
However, these are some great Bigfoot callers.
Hard decision. Hard decision. Come on up. All right. What is your name? Tommy, go ahead.
Yeah, Bigfoot.
Oh, that was a good one. I like it. Nice job, Tommy. All right. Come on. So who's going? Is it Dad? All right, Dad. No. Oh.
Andrew.
All right. Go ahead.
Believe in yourself.
All right. What is your name? All right, go ahead. Excellent. We just might see Bigfoot coming from those hills over there. I don't know. All right, come on down.
Let's hear it.
Oh, she would like some cheering. Yes. Let's get it going. She's excited. Yes. All right. Nice hat. So what? Yeah, waterproof hat. It's in the bag. I love it. What is your name?
Marianne.
All right, Marianne. Go ahead.
Bigfoot. Woo!
She didn't even need the microphone for that. Very good. Oh, go down there. Just in case you're a winner. All right, next.
Let's go. Yeah!
Oh, hey, Jordan, I'm guessing? Jordan, give us your best call. Very nice. Okay, I like it.
Woo!
Lindsay. Up next. Hi, what is your name? RJ. How old are you? 12. All right, RJ, give us your best call. Very nice. Come on down. That was great, RJ.
Name is Spencer.
There's a dog up here that just gave me the side eye. That was fantastic. There was. That dog was like, what is that? All right, up next. Godzilla shirt. What is your name?
Also last year.
Okay, I was going to say, you have magnificent hair. How old are you? Woo! Excellent job. And how old are you? 12 too. Good job, buddy. Go ahead over there and see who the winner is. I'm telling you, there's a lot of contestants. Oh, good to know. Brian, we're going to do mullet judging contest next. That was impressive. Hello there. Is it?
Same
Mom?
here.
Oh, what's your name? And how old are you? You're 3. Oh, 3. Okay, you ready for your call? All right. Good job, buddy. That was awesome. All right, come on over. Oh, boy. Hi, what is your name? And how old are you? 6. Go ahead and give us your call. Okay. All right, Dad.
All right, I'm Luke from Birmingham, Alabama. Last year I tried my left-handed one and it didn't work, so I'm going to try my right-handed call. Almost there.
Thank you. Let's bring the next one down. I know, right? What is your name? I'm Hannah. And how I'm 16. Yodelay, yodelay, yodelay. Whoop, whoop. Very good. I love it, Hannah. All right. Let's bring our next contestant down. What is your name? Camille. And how old are you, Camille? Okay, you gonna do your call? Okay. Bigfoot. That was so good. Buck liked that one. That was awesome. All right, come on down. All right, what is your name? Okay, let me hear your call.
There's been
Very good. Thank you. All right, head back to see Lindsay. All right.
The
Are you keeping up?
Bigfoot Calling contest is happening, and you can hear
There's a lot of contestants.
all the different
All right.
calls to Bigfoot. Some are funny, some sound
Oh,
very authentic.
hey. What is your name? Clayton. Great. All right, I'm ready. I like it. Good job, Clayton. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, let's bring our next one up. Hi there. What is your name? Maddie. And how old are you? 18. Okay, Maddie. Let's do this. Very good. Thank you. All right. Hi there. Welcome, welcome. What is your name? Stacy. All right, Stacy, go ahead. Very nice. Thank you. All right. Oh, so it looks like we have just a few more contestants. Okay, what is your name? Trevor. All right, go ahead.
Your Bigfoot.
Come on over. Good job. What is your name? Dot.
Yeah.
Dot. How old are you? 6. All right, you ready for your call? Okay. Do you want some help from the audience? All right. 1, 2, 3. That was awesome. All right, Lindsay, how many do we have left? Just a few more. Okay. All right. And what is your name? Mateo. And how old are you? 7. All right, go ahead. Ooh, ooh, ooh! Nice job, Mateo. All right. Welcome. What is your name?
Lionel.
All right, Lionel, go ahead. Very nice. All right. Oh, I see some sunshine. Oh, this is so exciting. Yes, hi. All right. What's your name? Tanya. There's some competition there. Oh, all right, we have 2 more. Hi. What is your name? Come on here. What is your name? Right. And how old are you? 4. Okay, you ready? So good.
No, okay.
Thanks, Sean. My my mic was muted, so he let me know. So that's great. I appreciate that. Yes, it's always nice to get some feedback. So if you guys are watching, please feel free to comment. And boy, the sun's coming out. It's going to be a hot one. I can tell it's going to be hot and humid today. So we'll be drinking a lot of water. All right. So what's going on now? It's 11:13, and they'll be finishing up the Bigfoot Calling contest. And speaking of contest, I've got my own little contest happening, although there's not really a prize. But what I wanted help with was naming my little Sasquatch here. So he's a cute little Sasquatch stuffed animal and doesn't have a name yet. And I figured I need some ideas. So far we've got Sam Squatch, and the other possibility is just Squatch. So what do you think? He's really, really cute, and if you like him, you can actually go to my Amazon store. Just go to www.good-vibes.tv, and you'll be able to actually order this same little guy from Wish Pets on my Amazon store. So the sun is starting to come out, and I'm kind of wishing I brought the fan I had planned on bringing, but that didn't happen. But it's all good. We had a really tricky morning getting everything set up with the rain and lack of generators. Let's see. It looks like Rick might be ready to do something. So Rick, I'm going to come back to you. There you are.
Hey, how you doing? We're back at the food court.
Mm-hmm.
It's getting a little crowded. That looks like a nice half-pound charred burger. I think we should get something like that. What do you think?
Hey, I'm game. I'm getting hungry, and it's getting hot out. The sun's coming out.
Yeah, I think we'll get you one. We'll head back over. I'm just showing you what's going on now, where the main stage is, food court, and
Uh-huh.
starting to get a little crowded. But I think we'll take a break and get something to eat. Is that okay?
That sounds great.
All
Okay,
right.
so I'll see you in a little bit. Thank
All
you,
right.
honey. All right. All right, so my reporter's out in the field. It's getting close to lunchtime, so they're getting hungry. They did the 5K run this morning in the rain. They got all drenched, soaked, but they did do it. So even though they weren't too happy about it when it happened, I think they'll laugh about it when they think about it in the future. So here we are at the Smoky Mountain Bigfoot Festival happening in Townsend, Tennessee. Today is May 4th, so a lot of the Star Wars fans love to wish people, may the 4th be with you. So it is kind of like that Star Trek kind of day. So they've been merging that, and one of the music talent that's coming up today is not solo band, and they're dressed up in like Han Solo and other things like that. So they'll be playing a little bit later this afternoon. Then there's also Squatch who'll be playing. He is a guitarist. Of course, he's dressed up like Bigfoot, but he looks like Slash from Guns N' Roses and plays Guns N' Roses music on his guitar. And this year they have a new musical act, and that is Big Toven. And Big Toven is playing. He's dressed up like Sasquatch. I have not seen him yet, but when he does start playing, we will get our field reporters to check them out. So that's, I think, all the different musical talent that are playing. If you hear the chainsaws in the background, there are these really cool artists that use chainsaws to carve these Bigfoot statues. They run from like 1 foot pieces all the way to 6-7 foot pieces, and they're going to actually do a drawing for it, like an auction later on today around 4 o'clock. So we've already seen Turtleman and some of the speakers and several other speakers. People are in line. The different speakers, when they're not speaking, they're at their booths and they're actually signing autographs and things like that. So I think I'm going to take a little bit break right here and play parts of the episode, part one. And this episode with Ron Moorhead, who is a Bigfoot researcher, he also wrote one of his books. What is Quantum Bigfoot? This is one of Ron Moorhead's books. And again, you can go to my Amazon website and get all the books and different things that I've featured on the Good Vibes TV show and also the Good Vibes lifestyle live stream that happens every week. So Quantum Bigfoot, and this is the connection between Good Vibes TV, is this quantum. Everything is energy, and this is what he talks about in the book, Ron Moorhead. So let me go and play this for you, and I'll interrupt it. You won't be able to see it from beginning to end. So I am going to take a little break right here and kind of regroup. So in the meantime, please enjoy this episode from Ron Moorhead. This is part one of 2 episodes, and here we go. Welcome to Good Vibes TV. I'm your host, Leslie Klein, here to help you raise your vibration so you can thrive. I'm so excited today. My guest is Ron Moorhead. He's a world-renowned Bigfoot researcher who produced and recorded the Sierra Sounds, which are the Bigfoot vocalizations he recorded in the 70s in the Sierra Mountains of California. So please welcome Ron Moorhead, coming to us from North Carolina. Ron, thank you so much for being part of the show.
Hi, Leslie. Thank you for inviting me. I like it. Yeah, it's fun. It's always fun. Yeah.
Yes. We met at one of the Bigfoot festivals that happens, a fairly new one in Townsend, Tennessee. And you were just coming out with your Quantum Bigfoot book. And I just love how you are connecting the science of quantum physics to explain the Bigfoot phenomenon. So tell us, let's start with, how you got started with Bigfoot in the Sierra Mountains and how that all happened.
Yeah. Well, it was 71 when I got involved in it. These guys friends of mine had been hunting this area. I wasn't a hunter at the time, and they had been up there actually since 1958, but they went in early just to check out because it's kind of a sanctuary for them. It's 8 miles in the wilderness, 8,400 feet in elevation, and they came out with this story that something was up there, some monster of some type. They come out and told the other guys, which I wasn't one of them, hunting group, and they all went back up. One guy got so frightened when he heard these things, he just left him a note and said, "I'm out of here." And he came back down the valley where we were, and the wives were all waiting, and the guys didn't come out when they were supposed to the next day. So they told him he really needs to go back up there and see if they're okay, if they got hurt or something happened to them. And Bigfoot was not on anybody's radar at the time. And so he said, "I'll go, but I'll only go if somebody goes with me." And that was me. So I got involved in the group that way. That was 1971. And so that's how it got started with me. And I saw the tracks, I heard the sounds that they had recorded, because they started taking cassette tape recorders in with them just in case it happened again, and it did. So again, they didn't know what they were dealing with, and neither did I, but our vague thoughts of Bigfoot came in because we knew about the Patterson film from years before. And so we thought because it did leave a huge track there in the mud because it's springtime, and they see something like that, and you hear something like that, and you witness it for yourself. And these guys were all very credible people. I mean, these hunters, very straightforward camp, very sober camp, no drinking or drugs, nothing like that. And we were church members. I was one of the church administrators, actually, of a huge church, and so was Bill McDowell, my partner. He and I are the ones that packed supplies in with the horses and mules. And so I got involved in that way, bought my horses, got involved as a hunter too the following year, and just started trying to figure these things out. First thing I went to was biblical references to giants, and expanded from there. And since then, 50 years ago, I've been doing this now. And I think I put a few dots together, and I believe like Tesla does, what one man calls God, no one calls quantum physics, because they're synonymous. As you get out of the three-dimensional realm that we're in, and there's more going on, a lot more going on that we just don't see or feel or touch, like Newtonian physics says everything is measurable. Quantum physics isn't measurable. Found that out when I asked somebody to tell me how far it is in the universe. I couldn't do that. But it got me into what quantum physics is all about. And I'm not a physicist, but I certainly am. I call myself a citizen scientist, I guess you might call it, because I got into this subject about 12 years ago, I guess, and just been learning from it ever since, because there's no end to what you can learn.
Right. So in the book Voices in the Wilderness is the first book that you wrote, but you also included recordings. And I have, if it all works out here, I have a recording. This is, I want to play just the disagreement one that you called disagreement, because it's so powerful. And I know, I think it scared some of the people that were there. So, and this is not meant to scare people, but to really understand what Bigfoot is all about. And it seems like when they first encounter people, maybe, or from what I could tell from your book, it seems like they kind of try to scare you a little bit to test you out or to see where you're coming from. Perhaps they're dealing mostly with hunters that are coming for that intention that they could be harmed with their guns and all. But if they find other people, it seems like Joan Ocean that you mentioned in the book, who communicated clairvoyantly with the dolphins, she also had encounters with Bigfoot that were very different. But let's see if we can hear this recording.
Yeah, if you were inside a little shelter, a little hut, which we were, like a group of trees with nothing but deadfall up against it, and those things just right outside making any sounds, it would kind of like give you something to think about. But we're all heavily armed, and we wasn't going to shoot at them unless they attacked us or came in through those walls. And, so anyway, that was 1972 when those sounds were recorded by, I might say, Alan Berry. He's the investigative reporter we took in from 1972, and him thinking it was a hoax, actually experienced it himself. So he got a first-hand grip on it, or tried to find who was hoaxing this, and if they could, and they never could find that out. So, and no one has since, because it wasn't hoaxed. So
he became a believer.
Well, I would think so. He passed away in 2012. We became good friends. At the time, we weren't, because he was accusing all of us of trying to pull something, and so some people thought he was a little bit off base there. And But anyway, he was serious. He was had a master's degree in science, so he was trying to figure out how science, Newtonian physics, could answer some of the things going on up there, how these things can do what they were doing and still not leave any sign other than their tracks and their vocalizations. And most of us got a little glimpse of one once in a while. Al Berry never did. He would live quite a ways away from where the site was, so he got down quite as much as I did. Like Bill, we both lived in the San Joaquin Valley. This is way up in the high mountains, Sierra Nevada mountains. So, anyway, Al was a good man. He's the one that fostered the studies because having a master's degree in science, he knew we had to get the science behind this, and he finally found a PhD in electronical engineer. He was an electronic engineer, and he did a year-long study on them and said there was no manipulation in them. They were not sped up. They were not slowed down. They were not manipulated in any way. There was no 60-cycle hum, and that was a big deal. And he presented his paper and his note to Anthropology of the Unknown in British Columbia in 1978, I think it was. Well, that wasn't enough to get academia on board totally with it because there was a huge symposium up there at the University of British Columbia. But it is what it is, and anyone can tear it apart if they want to, but they've been trying for 50 years now and can't do it. Since then, we've had other studies done on them, and they all turn out, they're not fake. These things are
Verify,
real.
yeah, they're
The
real.
big deal is where it took me. It took me in to try to figure out the anomalies associated with them, which is quantum physics, I think. Because, again, Newtonian physics was not answering the enigmas going on around these things.
I have a recording of what you call the Al Berry recording, because one of the things that you say in the book is that they have vocalizations, that you understand them to actually have their own language. And
well, it's been established and proven that they do have a language by cryptolinguists trained by the Navy to transcribe sounds to see if it's a language or a code or whatever, see if there's any manipulation in it at all. And he says there is a language. And the first study we had with Dr. Curlin at the University of Wyoming, he said that they represented an animal 8 foot tall compared to the human vocal mechanism. So anyway, it gets into some deeper stuff, which we'll get into in a minute if you like. Yeah.
Is it all right if I play this
sure.
Al Berry recording? Okay. Yeah. It's just fascinating to hear. And, people can get this and all the other ones in your first book. Here's the Al Berry.
And on my website, too, I have 2 CDs in there on the website.
Okay. Also have that recording, the one where you were interacting with them.
That was 2 years after that one you just played. But yeah, it was an exciting night. But,
and you said that this is when you actually saw Bigfoot for the first time.
Yes. Well, Bill and I came into camp to bring supplies in on our horses, mules, and he was getting the packs undone while I was trying to fix something for dinner to eat. And it just started getting dark. It was dusk. And when we started hearing the whooping sounds and the pounding sounds and different sounds going on, we knew that was them. In fact, we saw a big, huge track on the trail coming in, and no one else had been in there yet. So we knew probably they were around, but the next day we knew that they had got there before we did. And I found that out from a track I found next to the doorway shelter. And
how big was the track?
I think it was 19 inches. Yeah.
In the book, it said that you had from 18-inch to 24-inch tracks that you've seen up there.
Right, and this one we found right outside the shelter. I opened the door is just a log between 2 big trees. It's what the doorway is. And I came out and saw this thing to the right of that, and it had Bill's dust cover, which he didn't realize he'd lost it going into the shelter that night. So I knew it hadn't been mashed down, so the track had been made prior to us getting there. And also there was some fresh twisted off alder up on the roof of the shelter, which we found that day. And they'd been twisted off over the spraying pan. They were that big around, huge. A human could not twist it off like that. They were green. We knew they were fresh because we had just re-plastic. I say re-plastic because we put plastic over the top and then deadfall on that to keep the rain out with our shelter. And these things, all the other brush that we put up there during that summer was dried up. This was fresh. So anyway, that was exciting. We found, I thought, that was the night. They were trying to be friendly, I think, and trying to say something to me. I don't know what, but I started mimicking back at them, thinking, underestimate what we're dealing with, really. I got to say that because we had no idea how intuitive they were. We were learning, I got to tell you that, but because they could outfox us every time we tried to set up a camera trap or something. They seemed to go around it. And the only thing we got to capture was their recordings, and which is shown to be why I'm with you today.
Great. Well, here is that recording where you actually interacted with them.
Hope I ain't saying nothing bad to them.
That's
amazing.
Actually, that's the night I recorded the samurai cry, they call it. And one was behind me, I think it was the big male, and he comes shooting down through the trees really fast, and down to where we think there was two others, a female and an adolescent. And I got the adolescent recorded too, and just yeah.
Time for a break. When we come back, we'll learn more about Bigfoot. Welcome back to Good Vibes TV. My guest today is the world-renowned Bigfoot researcher, Ron Moorhead.
Well, anyway, Matt Moneymaker from BFRO.org, he coined that sound when he heard it in 1995, I think it was. And,
samurai sound?
Yeah, he coined a samurai. It sounded like a samurai cry in there, and it kind of got that term going because it's a pretty popular website. And so that got it going. People get a hold of me all the time. I heard the samurai chatter,
Yeah.
Anyway, that's how that
sounded. It's so interesting. So The Voices in the Wilderness was your first book, and then your most recent book is this Quantum Bigfoot book. So what got you so interested, or how did you get to quantum physics to help decipher what was going on with these, I guess, where Bigfoot would disappear, or a hunter would say that they shot him, but there was no evidence.
Mm-hmm. Well, first of all, the enigmas going on up there just couldn't be answered, like I mentioned before, with classical science. Classical science is Newtonian physics, and it just wasn't telling us how this stuff could be happening. You hear these sounds outside the shelter, you think our barrels are being tore up, and you go out there and nothing's changed, so it's all stopped. And you don't know how to answer that. You don't know how to answer a big wooing sound up above you when you can't determine the source of it. A lot of things were going on that we just couldn't see how they could be doing that. So Al Berry, who had a master's degree in science, like I said, he said, whatever you do, stay with science when you talk to people about this stuff, because they're not going to believe you if you get outside of regular science. Well, you have to get out of regular science to figure it out. And finally, I ran across quantum physics, and that was 12, 13 years ago, maybe. I started, more than that, I started studying, how things really actually do work on this planet. We live in a three-dimensional environment, but there's more dimensions going on. We only see within 420 and 770 terahertz. That's our visual frequency, and everything is energy, frequency, and vibration. That's Nikola Tesla said that, and it's been established mathematically. But energy, frequency, and vibration. We, at our most minute level, are energy, and energy vibrates at a frequency. So Einstein said, you find the frequency of anything, you can change its matter. Well, wow, that's a big statement. How do you find the frequency of something? I think that's somehow some miracles work, is you find the frequency, tune into it, and you can change its matter through the energy that your consciousness is putting through there. And that's another story, how you get into that. But it's a long, interesting subject, actually. I encourage anybody who wants to know more about everything, how the universe works, how we work, who we are as a people, what we're doing here, get into quantum science. And you don't have to be a physicist to get into it. Just understand that there's things going on that you can't see, feel, or touch, not materials, not physical necessary. And it's just, that's what we live in, and that's what we have to go through to experience. That's what we're here for, to experience things. And that's how we have to get our vibrational frequency higher so we can get out of this third dimension. And I know when you die, and energy can't die, according to physics, energy can't die, it only changes forms. So if you're a religious person, you're going to say, well, I'm going to go to heaven when I die. Well, you hope anyway. And, and if you're a physicist, you're just going to change forms. What that form is, a lot of people believe multiple embodiments. You have to come back to finish experiencing what you need to experience in this lifetime to graduate into, to understand another dimension, get higher. We have access to all those dimensions in this lifetime, but until you get yourself cleaned up, and I mean all the way from your heart to your brain to your pineal glands, you have to get all those things lined up and balanced to really experience, I think, what's really going on and to understand it. And that's where the fourth dimension of time comes in. And
We're totally on the same page, because when I saw you speaking at the Bigfoot Festival, you were talking about quantum physics. You were talking about Bigfoot as a species really to be respected, because that was a thing that I just was so against with a lot of these Bigfoot shows and stuff. They're portraying Bigfoot as a monster to go kill, and this is not the way of being a human. It's about coming from a place of love and compassion. My show is all about frequencies. David R. Hawkins' scale of the map of consciousness scale talks about, fear being on the bottom, love being on top, and how we raise our vibration. My background, I had a metaphysical store for 16 years and a New Age cafe. So I've been studying, I was raised Catholic, then was a born again Christian, then got into metaphysics, which is basically the spirituality side of it. And then with quantum physics coming in to explain the science of what shamans and spiritual teachers have been talking about for millennia, it all comes together. And what's amazing to me is that Bigfoot kind of is in the middle of all this. This being that some people say, well, actually, you talk about how the maternal DNA of Bigfoot is actually human, like 99% human. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
Academical science has thumbs down that, because there's a human component in it. And of course, when this geneticist did this, she said there was a human side. And she got off into the religious deal of the Nephilim, the stuff like that, and the angelic beings, and which wasn't wrong, but it was wrong for her to do that as a scientist, I think, and that's why they gave her a thumbs down. But they said it can't have a human component in it, because we're the only humans going on, and if it's got a human component in it, it's been contaminated. So that's where they went with it, and that's where they stay today, even though there's been some other geneticists that said the same thing now, since more DNA has been found. And one of them was up above Bhutan and the Himalayas on 17,000 feet, eDNA, it's environmental DNA. And that came out human also, the maternal part. The problem is there's another part to that called the nuclear part. The nuclear part of the DNA is the male counterpart, what made that, you know. I think, number one, there's not all these Bigfoot things we call Bigfoot are not the same. I think they've been genetically modified by different aliens depending on their agenda. So some are good and some are bad, depends on what they've been programmed to do or what they're meant to do. Some of them have been here longer than Homo sapiens, I believe. And I think we came in afterwards, and we are made in the form of, well, light beings. That's what we're supposed to end up in. You do that by raising your vibrational frequency to the 9th dimension, and you can do that anytime. And I say anytime you're ready inside to do it, you can do it. You get into the Anunnaki, I went all the way from biblical teaching to the mythology of the Greeks and mythologies, and get back into all the way into the cuneiform texts from Mesopotamia, and that's the first known written language that we've got. And most all religion or writings have a core from there. So if you get into that, you find out that there's all kinds of things have been changed, you know, by the time it got to King James and his version of our Bible. So it's not that you shouldn't believe the Bible, but you got to look deeper into it, what they really was meaning, the core of different meanings, what they were really saying. So that got me into quantum physics because, like I said earlier, what one man calls God, no one calls quantum physics. It's based on well, it's not based on Newtonian physics, which again we realize in our third dimensional environment. But anyway, that's where I go with it, and it gets even deeper than that. But it's fun. I got to, it's a lot of fun because you find out what you're really all about and why you're here. It's all about vibration and how you raise your vibration, how you get there. So you want to be the best you can be. You want to get to where we're designed to be. We're designed to be not dimensional beings, and that's because we have some Anunnaki influences. And you get into the cuneiform text, and the word Elohim is what's used all the time, and that's always in the plural form for God. And yet everything from good to bad is related to a God in the Old Testament, you know. Well, there were several Anunnakis messing around then, but they all said God. And I don't want to change anybody's religious beliefs here, but maybe they need to be changed if you're stuck in one box, because we've all been conditioned. And I mean conditioned. We've all been taught certain things. That's, you know, some people are taught to be cannibalistic, you know, and it's okay for them to eat somebody, I guess. But if you're conditioned in a certain religion, you can't. It's hard to get out of that. So I was religious, and I mean, I was raised in church environment, and I was very stout on scriptures, stuff like that. But you got to stretch out a little bit and see what else you can put in that box, or else make your box bigger, so you can understand how things really happen, how things are going to happen.
Yeah, there's more and more coming out with UFOs, and then the government, the UAPs. So people, we're at a point we really have to open up our minds to these other possibilities, not be fearful of them, but realize we're just one species, and you know there are many, many other species, whether it's Bigfoot or other extraterrestrials, and there are many different types of civilizations. And you know, there are good ones and there are bad ones. There are ones that are, you know, beneficial, and the ones that are malevolent. So so that's a totally different worldview, and I think that's why perhaps the government has been trying to hide these things, whether it's Bigfoot or UFOs. They weren't, you know, coming out with the information. I did have a question because I think I've read somewhere along the line that there was a theory that perhaps Bigfoot was created or experimented by the military and DNA manipulated, and kind of like an experiment gone wrong, and that's one of the reasons they're afraid of humans. Have you heard that, or is there any?
I've heard it for several years. Yeah, I don't think they're afraid of humans. They just they stay away from them. Nothing's supposed to really interfere with our karma, what we're supposed to experience. That's our decision to go this way or that way in every form of life that we have. And you know, military, I mean, the government, if they can't control the narrative, they're going to make fun of it or hide it some way. And I think they know about Bigfoot, but they also know yeah. Hitler was trying to do a superhuman. He was trying to cross ape with a human. So it's not a new thing for that to be going on. And I got actually a geneticist. Well, I got information from a geneticist that was working, had been working for the military doing experiments from a military installation that had these things in captivity. And there's frequency that you could call them in, and it just this is all secondhand information, so I don't know, but I have heard of what you're saying. And I've also been into Alaska, as you know, where supposedly the more aggressive ones, bigger ones are there. And that gets into what we talked about maybe earlier, Portlock, Alaska, when I was taken up there a couple of years ago. And that's quite a place. They definitely have something going on there, I believe. And I might be going back again this summer, I'm not sure.
Now, I know the show, they call it Alaskan Killer Bigfoot. The place is Portlock, Alaska.
Right.
And I guess the last episode I saw, they asked you to play the sounds, the vocalizations that some of the ones that we just heard. You played them, and there were responses from the Bigfoots that are living there. What else can you tell us about that area?
I told them, most people don't want, most people think they want to blast these sounds, but you don't know what they're saying. If you blast an aggressive sound, you might be challenging them, or you might be asking for a mate. You got to be careful there. Anyway, yeah, things happen there, but I got to tell you too, they came storming out of that woods after down to us. There's a guy there with a big gun. He was just like probably happened when the villagers were there in the old days when they were cutting too many trees. They were massively over timbering it, and they were also mining it, and they were overfishing it. I've seen the pictures of the fish they were drawing in. I think they just didn't have respect for the land and didn't realize it needed respect. Just because the timber was there, they could take a lot of it. Very remote area, Portlock is. I'm fortunate I got helicoptered in. It was fun, and I got to tell you, but it was exciting. And but yeah, I think years ago, this got abandoned. The village got abandoned in the late 40s, right around 1950, I think it was. So yeah, if this thing's going to come storming out of the woods because you're cutting out all the trees and you're taking all their fish and you're taking the gold that they may be here to mine, you don't know. They'd have probably growled at them or something, and these guys would have seen a big hairy monster 12, 15 foot tall, and they'd have shot at it, and then they'd have got mangled. And I think that could be the root of it right there. That was my suggestion. Just show respect for the property like we're all supposed to do. But we're a warring species, the humans are. And we tend to shoot things we don't understand and kill things we don't understand. And I'm against that. Just because you don't understand something doesn't mean you should shoot it or try to kill it. But that's what's going on a lot. And we've got to change that whole vibration of this planet, really, and get the people's minds where they're supposed to go and have peace and not destruction. But we are a warring species, and we've got to change that vibration.
Right. We need to evolve. We must evolve.
We have it, yes, exactly, and we got to evolve. Until you evolve, you're not going to change.
Right. Time for a short break. When we come back, we'll find out what UFOs and Bigfoot have to do with each other. Welcome back to Good Vibes TV. I've been talking with Ron Moorhead, the OG of Bigfoot researchers. Check this out. Now, are you familiar with Dr. Stephen Greer?
Yes.
Okay. And have you worked with him at all or talked with him at all?
No, I haven't.
Because he's doing the whole thing on the UFO disclosure,
Right.
trying to get the government to be accountable, bringing the technology of the free energy that can really heal the planet and get rid of poverty.
We're in a very interesting time, Leslie. I mean, very interesting time. And I hope I'm around to see it all. I think I hope that. Because it's a bit of a thing coming up towards us. UFOs are being revealed. Bigfoot is being seen more and more and more by more and more people. I mean, some of these events, there's supposed to be 20,000 at this next Townsend event.
20,000 people?
Yes. Humanoids. Some of them might be hybrids, you don't know. You know.
Right.
We're hybrids. Yeah. So, yeah, it's a big deal. And I speak at a lot of these conferences where there's several hundred and sometimes a few thousand. One in Florida where you're at now, I think, Ocala, I think, is coming up again this year. That's a good one. Last time I spoke there a couple of years ago, I had 5,000 there, I think it was, or was it 2,000? I don't know. I lose track of those, but there was one in Gatlinburg where they had 5,000. I mean, every seat was taken. So more and more people are interested in this because even in the last days, our master in the New Testament, Christ, he said there would be like it was in the days of Noah. So the first thing I started doing was raise religious. I started like, how was it like in the days of Noah? For this, I want to see what's going to happen. Well, aliens were here. They're coming down, the fallen ones. And that's the Anunnaki now, we know. Well, excuse me, no, the Anunnaki. Well,
and Nephilim, was it the Nephilim?
It's what they created.
The giants.
Yeah, right.
But the Anunnaki, they were the ones, I think, that manipulated the DNA and kind of experimented and kind of created us.
Yes.
That's my understanding, and that's like the
later.
later.
Even the Bible said, "Let us make man in our image." So
right.
Kind of puts that a little bit in there too. And that's what quantum physics does. It kind of tries to couple and put science and spirituality together. Because this is science, where I try to get into how these things do what they do. How can they disappear? Well, Dr. Paul Dirac won the Nobel Prize in 1933, establishing mathematically what Einstein had already said, which was matter and energy are interchangeable. So if you can find the frequency of anything and change its matter, well, Dr. Dirac won the Nobel Prize for antimatter, and that's the direct exchange, just like I said. And that was established by CERN in 2012 when they had a particle change into energy. And that was a big deal. Most people don't realize how big a deal that was, but that's huge, because that pretty much put a foundation on that statement. So how does Bigfoot disappear? I think they, through their vocal mechanism, which is much more expansive than ours, much more. And I say much more. I have no idea how far they can go with it, but they can change their energy, or their matter into energy. They would go out of our perception, which is limited by the frequencies I told you before. So if that happens, the track waves would stop because they'd have no more density. And things like that happen. You don't see it unless you see energy. And some people can see energy. That's why they'll see ghosts sometimes too, because ghosts are in that fourth dimension of time, in my opinion. And we all have to go through there before we get to the fifth and sixth, where a lot of people are going to go, but we're designed to go all the way into the ninth, which is a light being. That's who we're made after. But yeah, it's been fun being with you, Leslie. And
yes.
Maybe we'll see each other again someday in one of these conventions. Are you going to be in Townsend?
Yes, definitely. Well, thank you, Ron, so much for this opportunity to interview you and give us so much insight on this beautiful phenomenon of Bigfoot. That's, I want to say, not something to fear, but something to appreciate and have good connections with if we're going to go out there looking for Bigfoot.
Well, again, fear is your enemy. It's your only enemy, because you only fear what you don't understand, what you don't know. And that's why so many people are out there trying to shoot one of these things. And why do that? Just because you don't understand it. And we would have shot at one had they attacked us in that shelter up there. I got to tell you, we had guns. But somehow I knew who I was as a human even then. That you're supposed to have dominion on this planet, right? None of these other animals are supposed to have it. Well, you don't know the difference between a gorilla and a Bigfoot. They can all the same. It was exciting. It still is. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you for recording those Sierra sounds, because that's like that. That was like the foundation for all of this Bigfoot research that's been happening. So you're
It
like
is. Yeah.
the original.
If that hadn't happened, I wouldn't be with you today. Yeah. So I think Alan Berry, because he fostered the sound studies, and,
Yeah.
at least the first one, and that was important, big hurdle. So thank you very much, Leslie, for having me on today, and
You're welcome.
I appreciate it.
And I'll see you soon. Definitely in
Take care.
Townsend. Thank
Okay.
you. Thank you for watching. If you got some value from this episode, please like, share, and subscribe to get the word out and raise the vibration of the planet together. Peace out, everyone. All right. Hello, 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 and welcome back to the Good Vibes Lifestyle live stream. Now, I've got some great, excuse the frizzy hair, it's a mess out here. And I've got some special guests to interview right now. I'm going to bring on board. This is George Lunsford with NCI Investigate, or NCI, which stands for North Carolina Investigates, and also Ron Neffler. Ron Effler, right? Rob Effler. I got it right on the screen. So tell me about, you said you have a podcast?
We do. We have a podcast called NCI. It's on a bunch of different platforms. But we usually recommend Spotify.
Okay.
And we chase everything. We chase Bigfoot, ghosts, UFOs. It don't matter. We'll chase it all. We also have Go Dark Paranormal.
What is Go Dark Paranormal?
Go Dark Paranormal is the ghost team that I created back in 2007. And in 2012 is when we got interested in Bigfoot and other cryptid creatures. And 2019 is when I had my first encounter, and as the old saying goes, that was the bug it bit, and I've not stopped the paranormal investigation. If anybody needs any help, we're more than happy to help them out. But when it comes to creatures that supposedly do not exist but yet still does, that's what sparks my interest.
Mine too.
Awesome. Well, I want to double check here to make sure that we have good audio. And I'm not.
Humidity is rough.
Humidity is terrible. I'm hoping that we. So let me ask my viewers that are watching, can you guys hear my guest? I just want to make sure you can hear my guest, because I'm having to work with the same microphone here.
We'll scoot up a little bit.
Yeah, we'll scoot up a little bit closer and try to get closer to the microphone. If we don't get too close, let's have to
Scare them all on the
We
camera.
want you to be on the camera too. And I have the light is on. Right?
Oh yeah, you're
Okay.
good.
All right, so let's tell me more about your podcast.
Well, our podcast is like us. It does everything. We have some other people that's in our podcast besides us.
backpack cam or either on chest cam. And we don't see it, but the camera sees, you know, when you're not looking, you know, you have your camera will be looking in other directions. You hear a noise trying to figure out, you know, whether it's, you know, an actual deer, bear, fox, or raccoon or whatever. And it's like these creatures slip up and they get to looking, trying to figure out what you are and whether you're going to pose a threat to their lifestyle and their family group or not. And once they figure out, you know, you're not posing a threat, they'll ease back into the bushes and
Just keep an eye on you.
and do their thing, but they'll, you know, kind of side eye and keep an eye on you, like George said. But when we get back and go to analyzing our footage and get to looking at our pictures, we're like, where was this? Why didn't we see this? The camera caught it, we didn't. I mean, we didn't see it, you know,
No.
with the naked eye. Camera eye caught it.
And the thing is, they're all Dogman, the Wraith, Crawler, whatever you want to call it, and Bigfoot. They're so stealth, you may not ever see them. You may hear them move, but we have seen them on our footage, but we didn't see them in person. I had one 10 foot away from me, a Dogman, 7 foot tall, and then I had no idea he was there. But we got him on film.
He was standing in a laurel bush and
Watching us.
we didn't know he was there.
And how far in the woods are you?
Oh, we're about 2 miles off the main highway.
Yeah, more time here in East Tennessee. So
Wow. So how many times have you seen Bigfoot?
I've personally seen him one time. He's seen 3.
I've seen 3 of them on 2 different occasions.
He got started before I did.
Okay. Well, tell me about your experience with Bigfoot.
Mine happened January 7th. About 3 o'clock in the afternoon. We was in woods. It'd been snowing and sleet.
January 7th, what year?
This year.
This year?
This year.
Oh, wow.
And me and Harley was up on this hill. He was down from us on another trail. We was up on this hill, and Harley pointed it out, and I said, Harley, that's a shadow. He said, no, I'm telling you, that's Bigfoot. I said, no, it's not. He said, well, watch it. I'm going to sneak down and get a little closer. So I stand there watching it. Harley got down about 14 feet away from me down the hill to some laurels. He stepped on a branch that snapped real loud. When he did, the shadow I was watching leaned out and put its arm up on a tree to keep itself balanced. And I could see the creature from the waist up. Jet black. He had hair sticking up on top of his head. We named him Alfalfa.
Yeah, we did.
And he was stretching to see what that noise was. I could see the muscles. I couldn't make his face out because everything was black. And
how far away would you say you were from him?
20 yards away from him.
20 yards, okay.
And I got excited and took off after him.
Behind you.
And I took off after him because I ain't real smart. So I took off after him, and he took off. He was gone before we got over there. And we found 3 perfect toe prints, some dirt. When you could see where the big toe was, you could see where the small toe was. But he cut out from us, and he could hear him cutting through the woods.
Yeah, they hollered at me on the radio. They said, we've jumped him. He's headed your way. I was in full camo from head to toe, and it sounded like a bulldozer coming through that laurel thicket.
Breaking it.
He is breaking sticks. He is, raising all kinds of cane. And I was standing there on the other trail watching, and I thought, well, when he comes out, because when they hollered on the radio and said, he's headed your way, I just went ahead and got a camera up. When he came in, he stopped. He was about like where that silver fence is right here behind your tent. He come in about that close and just stopped. Laurel was so thick, I couldn't tell where he was at. I just heard him stop. Well, Harley and George comes on out. He turned and went back the other way. He either seen me or he smelt me, and he knew he was running into a trap that was trying to cut him off. So when he double backed on Harley and George, he just went out through there and hunkered down and didn't move. Leaf litter was so wet in the woods, you could have had a squirrel walk up your britches leg, and you wouldn't have known it until you felt it lick you on the elbow. I mean, that's how quiet it was in the woods. As far as where it'd been raining and snowing and sleeting and everything, all the leaf litter was just extremely damp. It was real nasty weather. Water probably 1/8 of an inch deep in places in the woods. It really wasn't, a real good environment to try to cache prints or anything, because it wouldn't have held up, it wouldn't have dried. You'd have been wasting your time. And we tried to take pictures of the footprints that we did find. There was so much glare.
You couldn't tell anything.
You couldn't tell nothing. It's just like taking a 35mm camera and holding it up to that glass door over or a mirror and snapping a picture and throwing a big white ball. And you get something like, even though you know for a fact you've seen it, you're standing there, you're looking at it, it's personal experience, you can't classify that as actual public evidence to give to the general public, because they're going to look at that and go, what have you been smoking? I mean, that's basically about what you're going to get.
Wow. So tell me, so that was the experience that you had together,
Right.
and you had 2 others besides that?
Yeah, the first one I had was in 2019.
Okay.
I had,
Where were you?
I was in North Carolina.
Which part?
We were in the western part of North Carolina, just outside of McDowell County. And
I live in Murphy.
Oh, you
So
live in
I'm
Murphy?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Well, you know where McDowell County's at then, right?
No.
You know
I'm
where
really
Lake James is at?
No. That must be north.
No, if you go through Asheville,
Yes.
then go down the mountain. Bottom of the mountain is Old Fort, and then you got Marion and all that. And there, that's all down there where Lake James is.
Okay.
Well, we were basically on the far left-hand side of Lake James.
Okay.
And going through the woods is probably 10 miles from the lake. Taking the roadway is probably about 25 miles. Well, I had 2 other team members with me, because I'm a member of another team in North Carolina called Bigfoot 911. And he's also a member of it. But he wasn't with me on this excursion. It was the founder of Bigfoot 911, his son, and his brother. We were just messing around in the area just to see if the environment showed enough cause to constitute to go back on a nighttime investigation to see whether or not anything was there. What was basically looking for was tree breaks. We was looking for footprints. We was looking for higher, because in that one area there's a few barbed wire fences that was still up from back in the 1800s, and I thought, well, if we can get up where those barbed wire fences are, shortly to God, we can get some hair samples or something like that. And it was in November of 2019, about 6 days just before rifle season started. So I told Brad, I said, if we want to go, I said, we better go now, because if we don't, I said, after gun season starts, we don't need to be in the woods gumming around. I said, because if anybody's in there deer hunting, we're going to make them mad. We're going to scare the deer. I said, it's very, understandable, trying to have common courtesy between the deer hunters and the coon hunters and everybody else. Well, we was just up there messing around, didn't really and truly think of anything, really. I mean, it's basically about how most encounters happen. You got your mind on something other else. You're not expecting anything. We forgot to take flashlights. Yeah.
And what time was it?
This was like at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Sun was starting to set, and where we was at, the trail winds around for about 2 or 3 miles and goes straight up the mountain. Well, on either side of the trail, you've got a mountain. It's like a V. It's steep as a horse's face on either side. Well, anybody that knows anything about deer hunting or predator hunting, like coyotes or wolves or anything like that, you get caught in an ambush zone, your chances of, if something goes sour, slim to none. Well, we realized we was in an ambush zone. I said, well, let's go on about another 60 more yards. I said, we'll turn around and go back to the house. I said, because sun's starting to go down, and we was already getting in the shadow line. Brad said, okay. He said, we'll go up here about 60, 65 more yards. He said, then we'll take us a rest and we'll head back to the truck. I said, you got a flashlight? And he said, No, you got one? I said, one thing I got's my cell phone, dude. I said, we don't need to be in here much. Well, I seen something other glisten on the right-hand side of the ridge out of the corner of my eye. First thing pops in my head, some idiot's in here with a Mountain Dew can or a beer can and throwed it down and the sun's catching. No. He was light blonde in color from the top of his head to the end of his toe. Looked like about between the size of a 5 to 8-year-old kid. I've seen professional wrestlers muscled up. One that comes to mind is AEW wrestler Pac. This thing had muscles Pac does not have. I kid you not, I have never seen anything that muscled up in all my natural born days. It wasn't nobody in a suit. It takes off running across the lawn. So I'm a gouging Brad with my elbow, saying, "Are you seeing this? Are you seeing this? Are you seeing it?" He's sitting there in bewilderment like I am. His brother has his back turned to us. He's looking at a tree that the tops broke out of it. Well, the tops broke about that high up. The tree's about this. And his brother Nick's looking for the top of the tree, trying to figure out where the tree went. We hadn't had any storms, and it was a fresh tree break. We was trying to figure out what it was because he saw it first before we seen what we saw. And when he heard me elbowing his brother, he turned around and said, "Oh dear God, there it goes." Well, it runs across this log and goes head first into a laurel thicket. Well, the leaf litter was like potato chips. You could hear a squirrel at 200 yards and tell exactly which direction that squirrel was going. It hit the ground just like a cat. Never made a sound, nothing. Well, we're standing there scratching our head thinking, did we just see what we saw? Because it's the first one I'd ever seen. I had no idea. So I see something other move in the corner of my eye again. I'm like, okay, what's this? I just turned my head. There was another one with it.
Same size?
No.
Bigger?
Bigger. 4 foot wide at the shoulders. Light tan in color. Only thing I could see was from about the belly up. It sat there and looked at us for about 3 seconds. Sort of eased up just a little bit, backed up against a big old oak tree. Oak tree was about this big around, you couldn't reach around it. Backed up against that oak tree and just went straight down into the laurel thicket. Never made a sound. So we're sitting there scratching our head, trying to comprehend what we're seeing, making sure our mind wasn't playing tricks on us. And I said, "Brad, do you have your tree knocking stick?" He said, "Yeah, I do." He said, "What do you want me to do?" I said, "Step up there about 12 feet. I said, on that other tree. I said, give a few raps and let's see what happens." He said, "Can't hurt." He goes up there and hits that tree about 2 or 3 different times. We stand there for about maybe 6 seconds again. 85 yards up the hill, past where the juvenile went in head first, we get 3 tree knocks back. Brad's like George. He gets all excited. His adrenaline's pumping. He's vibrating. "Let's go, let's go, let's go." I said, "Brad, no, we're not." I said, no, we're not going." He said, "Why not?" He said, "They're right there." I said, "Yeah, take a look what's in front of you." I said, "It's steep as a horse's face." I said, "A billy goat in 4-wheel drive can't go up through there." I said, "You're going to take 1 step and take 15 backwards." I said, "We're in an ambush zone. It's getting dark. We don't have no flashlights. We didn't exactly think this out." I said, "We was just more or less just goofing off just to see, if the area did produce anything, odd, like tree structures or anything else like that, or tree twist." That's basically about what we was looking for. Because by the time he got off of work and everything, we knew our daylight was short anyhow. I said, "We didn't come into this exactly prepared." I said, "We're in an ambush zone." I said, "I've always been told, you see one, you're already surrounded. The rest of them's trying to figure out what you're doing."
Really?
I said, they run in clans and packs just like wolves. So I said, our best bet is to turn tail and get back to the truck. I said, because any given time they take a notion, I said, if we do something other stupid to offend them, make them mad or whatever, and they think we're posing a threat and being a danger, I said, the next time anybody's going to see us is on the back of a milk carton. I said, so let's go. I said, let's move. Let's go. So we go back to the truck, and as far as anything moving goes in the woods, I've seen bear, I've seen deer, squirrels, about anything Western North Carolina has to offer. I have never seen anything that moved that fluid, that natural, that agile, and that quick. I mean, it was just the most ultimate natural thing that you've ever laid your eyes on. I mean, and the last thing, I've been ridiculed for it a dozen times. I don't care. Everybody said, well, where's the pictures? Where's the pictures? I hate to break everybody's heart. You see something other like this, camera is the last thing on your mind. Encounter lasts anywhere between a second and a half, some extremes 30 seconds, but your mind goes into meltdown. It's trying to run through the Rolodex of what you remember growing up as a kid, what your grandma and your grandpa and your daddy teaches you, especially, you know, if they teach you how to hunt and be out in the woods and shows you, you know, deer and everything else, and what science teaches you in school, and what you experience in life. Your mind's running a Rolodex, just, I mean, at a rapid pace. You don't know what and then when it finally clicks, you're like, why did I not grab my camera?
That's long after it's over with.
Right.
The thing of it is, you don't see Olin Mills going through the woods and Bigfoot posing for selfies. I'm sorry, that don't happen.
Right.
Right.
What an excellent story. I mean, not just story, but
Oh,
experience. You know?
It just floored me. I mean, as far as I had the bug anyways, and that just fueled the fire.
So then you had another experience after that, before this one that just happened this year?
I did in 2021.
So what happened then, and where were you?
We were down at Lake James in McDowell County, and we were with a Bigfoot 911 team again, but we had the whole team with us this time. There was
What makes it different when you have a team happening and you're specifically looking for Bigfoot versus just, you know, you're just in the woods walking a trail and
a
then
lot of
More
times,
eyes.
a lot of times it's a good thing, and then on sometimes it's not such a good thing because they get the feeling they're being crowded, they're being corralled, and
they
they're
feel
not,
more threatened when you have
yeah,
more people.
they're not going to interact too awful doggone much. They're still sitting there trying to figure out, okay, what's these idiots fixing to do? Do I need to go in and beat every one of them up? Do I need to carry them off? Do I need to, you know, you never know what the creature's thinking. I mean, they do have, you know, radical thought, just like, you know, a dog will. If a dog don't know exactly what's going on, the first thing he's going to do, he figures out he's going to bite. So, you know, they basically do the same thing. So we had a team on our right, we had a team to our left. Me and my wife was the team in the middle. Well, we were out there and we were the only two that was in that team because the other two team members, something or other came up and they didn't get to make it. Well, where we was at, everything in the woods, and this is long, just a little bit past dark. You can still see the outline of the trees, but you can't tell what color nothing is. You can just see the outline. She goes to talking, and all of a sudden she just hush. I'm still running my mouth, and it takes me a few seconds, and I'm like, she's hushed. Something's not right. Turned around, looked at her, and I said, "What are you doing?" Because my light was trying to go out, and I thought, well, I got batteries in my pocket. I'll just come to find it out, it was one of those that you plug in a cigarette lighter. you can't change the battery pack out. I thought you could. That's what I got for thinking. She said, turn your light off, idiot. I said, what's the matter with you? She said, do what I told you. Turn your darn light off and shut up and come to me. I said, now, dummy, if I turn my light off, I said, I can't see. I said, it's dark. But it wasn't, it wasn't so dark you couldn't. She said, do what I tell you and come here. So I go over where she's at, and she said, look right there beside that oak tree and tell me what you see. I said, you talking about the oak tree? I said, that's about 25 foot over top of those 6 foot laurels. She said, yeah, tell me what you see. So I let my eyes adjust. I'm standing there a minute, and I said, oh, dear God, there he is. He is every bit of 9 foot tall, looked like a 4x8 sheet of plywood with a head stuck on it. Only thing I could see was the outline from the waist up. So I'm standing there looking at him, and he starts coming closer. She said, he's not doing what I think he's doing, is he? I said, yeah, he is. So I go to reach him for my pistol. Now, I don't care.
What do you think he's going to do?
I didn't know if he was going to charge. I didn't know if he was going to attack. Had no idea what he was going to do. I don't carry in the woods specifically for that. I carry for coyotes, copperheads, rattlesnakes, bear. If you get on a rabid bear or something, I carry for that for those reasons. And plus, on top of that, anymore, you got, depending on where you're at, you got these crazy meth heads running around, and you never know what these freaks is going to do. So that's the only reason why I carry. So I go reaching for my pistol. He just stops. She said, what did he do? I said, he seen me go for the pistol. So he goes to back it up. So I'm talking to him just like I would a cat or a dog. I said, all right, big boy. I said, just easy, easy. You do your thing. Only thing we need is just to take a good look at you so we know you're here. So I'd get my camera up on my cell phone, try to take pictures. But the way the light was, you couldn't get nothing but a complete blacked out screen. You couldn't even get a picture of a tree. I mean, nothing. It was way too dark, and he was about like from here to that Chevrolet pickup truck right there behind that fence. And she said, what are we going to do now? I said, stand still, leave him alone. She said, where's he going? I said, he's going home. She said, where's home? I said, watch him. So he goes to our left, which is his right. He's around up on the ridge. There's a big oak grove up there, a white oak, at where deer usually feed in the fall year because they love white oak acorns. It's like candy to them. So he gets up in there and he goes to putting the trees in between me and her. I said, just watch him right real good and close. I said, if he goes to the top of that ridge and bears off right-handed, I said, I know exactly where he's going. She said, what's on the right-hand side of that ridge? I said, you drop off on that right-hand side. I said, in about a quarter of a mile, there's a big rock cliff back through there. And I said, I guarantee you there's a cave system. I said, so in other words, he's going home. Lo and behold, I hadn't no more than said that. He is still looking over his shoulder, making sure we weren't following him. He goes to the top of the ridge, takes the right-hand turn, drops off the back side. And I said, go home, buddy. I said, it's been fun. I said, we might do this again someday. And she said, how in the world did you know that he is going to do that? I said, where else could he go? I said, I know. I said, that rock cliff's been there. I said, ever since the beginning of time. I said, he had no other choice but to go there. I said, he's not going to go out here and bow up under a laurel bush and wait for us
smarter
to.
than we are.
They got more sense than what we've got. I mean, it's just the amount of intelligence of these creatures. I mean, even as far as the intelligence of a black bear or even a elk. If you sit and watch them and study them, it will blow your mind, seriously.
Yeah.
Now, there's some of these researchers that say that they have maternal DNA that's human,
Right.
so that they're humanoid creatures. Do you believe that?
Absolutely.
I believe they're descendants of the giants.
Is that what your book is about?
My theory is in the book. My book's called Legends, Myths, Monsters, and Ghosts, the USA edition.
Okay.
My theory is in the back of that book. And I go through and I give examples about why I believe that. It's like when they found the giant caves out in Lovelock, they found the giant bones. There was a sandal in there in that cave that they'd wore. They took a Bigfoot cast and it fit that sandal perfectly. So that's my belief on that.
Do you think there are the descendants of the giants?
I do.
Wow. And so, what is the name of your book again?
Well, one of them is Legends, Myths, Monsters, and Ghosts, the USA edition.
Okay.
And the other one is called Monsters of the World, the Reference Guide. It has 104 different cryptid creatures from all over the world. It has 26 encounters with different creatures that was sent to me that I put in the book.
Awesome. I'm just getting your camera right.
Oh, okay.
That's wonderful. So now tell me about the podcast that you guys do.
We do, it's called NCI, North Carolina Investigates. We talk about, you name it. We don't care. We'll talk about what anybody wants to talk about. Usually it's cryptid creatures, it's UFOs, it's ghosts, it's serial killers, you name it. We talk about it all.
Okay. And so how can people watch it or listen? Is it just audio podcast?
Yeah,
or
it's just
video
audio.
too?
It's on like
Okay.
Spotify.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what it was.
Spotify, StreamYard, I think Apple Play has got it. If I'm not mistaken, I think we're trying to work out a deal right now, according to our producer Eric. I think we're trying to get iHeartRadio to do something.
I think we're trying to get a YouTube eventually.
Okay.
I have a YouTube channel.
Yeah, we're still working on that. If I could ever get my regular employer to understand and realize I don't need to be working all these crazy hours where I can have time to do what I need to. But yeah, we're working on it's almost complete. Almost.
All right.
Oh, I
so,
see you have Ron Moorhead's book with you.
yes, he just gave me this one.
That's his newest one, yeah?
Yeah, I had it in Kindle, and I went to see him because I interviewed him for 2 episodes, and then I got it on Kindle, but I went to see him in person because I only saw him,
Ron's a good guy.
Ron
Yeah,
is
what
a great individual. He's highly intelligent,
Yep.
and I wouldn't, cast no dark shadow on him of no kind over anything. He's
Gentleman.
he's a gentleman of gentlemen and
Just a good guy.
he's just
Yeah.
an officer and a gentleman basically.
Yes.
If you want to have fun, you ought to go down there and interview Russell from
Okay.
Expedition Bigfoot.
Okay.
He's an awesome guy. If you want to have a lot of fun, go talk to Wild Bill at Mountain Monsters.
Okay.
Now he's wound up tight.
He's cranked up today. I mean,
all them boys are good, but he's the most outgoing of all of them. He really is. Him and Willie.
Now, so it's curiosity that leads you to find these Bigfoot. My husband, his attitude is, oh, I'm going to find them and I'm going to kill them, shoot them, and get some kind of evidence. And I'm like totally against that.
No, we ain't gonna kill
No.
him. We just want to learn.
to be quite honest, now, not politicking by no means. I'm just going to be blunt and say it just like it is. If anybody decides, I'm going to go out, put one on the ground, bring it to the house, let the taxidermist do his thing, that's never going to happen. Reason being, if you are lucky enough to get that creature back to the truck without getting killed, you will never see the light of day again. Federal government's going to step in. They will take that creature from you. You will be taken away, vanished. If you do return, the federal government has screwed your life up where nobody will have anything else to do with you again.
Yeah.
Why is that?
They do not. There's too much money in tourism and too much money in the logging business. If the federal government was to actually let the absolute, honest to God truth out on these creatures, we've seen how everybody all over the United States and all over the world acted during COVID. They lost their minds. All rational thought went out the door. It would be 3 times as worse. You wouldn't see nobody in Cates Cove. You wouldn't see nobody in these other national parks. It would all be a ghost town. Everybody would not leave the front porch for anything.
They would be scared?
Yes.
I'd be
That,
scared.
that would be billions and billions and billions of revenue gone, flushed down the toilet. So anything that somebody, whether it be us, whether it be Mountain Monster Crew or anybody else for that matter, goes out and actually gets a hold of hardcore evidence. Not saying that what we found and what we've seen is not hardcore. What I'm talking about is
Like
a,
the
is
body.
a is a actual body, have possession of it. You better make for sure that that's the last thing on the planet that you want to do, because that's going to be them. You ain't going to get to do nothing else.
We'll come on
Government's
and
gonna
fought
take it.
against UFOs.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
The whole disclosure thing.
Yeah, the UFOs and everything.
Do you feel like some people feel that Bigfoot are interdimensional, like ETs, and they?
If that's their cup of tea, more power to them. From what I've saw and what I've witnessed and what I've
No
experienced.
orbs.
Well, there's no
There-
experts in this field.
No,
So,
not even on the UFO.
Everybody has their own guesses.
It's all in speculation until, as old saying goes, till you get something other concrete on the ground like a body, something other you can research, something other you can study without other interference, government and everything else jumping in on top of it, taking it away from you. Until that day happens, you're going to theorize everything under God's green heaven. And whatever experience you have, that's your experience. That's not always the extreme gospel. Take, for instance, serial killer Ted Bundy. Some people, you're sitting there looking at the individual and the whole 9 yards. Why didn't he kill them? These people over here that was totally innocent, he killed them for no apparent reason. And I mean, it's just nature of the beast, basically.
Well, thank you so much for stopping by and
Well,
telling
we
me
was
that
honored
you're.
to stop by and say howdy.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
You are very welcome, and we'll be checking out your podcast. It's again called North Carolina Investigates.
Yes, ma'am.
And be found on Spotify and other
StreamYard.
channels. StreamYard too. Okay, awesome. Thanks again. Thanks for stopping
Thank you.
by.
Appreciate
Thank you. We appreciate
You're
you.
very welcome.
Good luck with everything.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. All right. Well, that was a wonderful interview with two gentlemen that I can hear you, Rick. The microphone is correct. So there you have it. North Carolina Investigates. We are, let's get our bearings again here. And I'm hoping my audio is okay. I was having some issues with audio earlier. So if you can watch, actually, let me go to a commercial break just to give me a set to reset and get ready. All right. I'll be back right after this. All right, welcome back to the Good Vibes Lifestyle live stream. I'm Leslie Klein, streaming live from Townsend, Tennessee, where we have the Bigfoot Festival happening. And I've got my, let me readjust here, my little co-host, my little Bigfoot guy. And if you like this little Bigfoot guy, he's a cool little stuffed animal, great little companion. You can actually get him on my Amazon store if you go to good-vibes.tv. So I'm going to put my headsets on again and see, hopefully I have some audio. I'm hoping that that interview went kind of well. If anybody is watching, let me know, how is the audio sounding? Were you able to get most of what was happening in the interview that I did? Don't see any comments, but I'm hoping that you can hear me okay, because I am. Gotta double check to make sure that I have audio. So it's been a day. We have been dodging the rain, but it cleared up, and we've got some good weather. At least it's not raining, but it is very, very muddy. So, yeah, if you've made it out here, you are in the mud. But everyone's having a great time, and there's a lot of things going on. Let's look at the schedule again. The time is 12:41. So Zeb, the TikTok viral clogger, is happening right now. And the Sasquatch dancers just have finished. And let's see, so 12:41 at 1 o'clock, Russell LaCour will be speaking at the speaker stage. Of course, we've got carvers, they're vendors, both food vendors and other kind of vendors like that. So lots going on. Let me let you have a shot of what I can see from my vantage point here. And you can actually see the mud. Lots of kids coming through and checking out what we do. So, yeah, lots of Bigfoot. Oh, and look, there's a Evil Knievel. Hi there. They're flashlights that you can use as you're looking for Bigfoot. And check out the website. So.
You already got one step away from the table.
Oh, you guys are Girl Scouts?
And then we need to stay with our troop.
Awesome. Well, have
What
fun.
do you say, girls?
You're welcome. Take care. Bye. Oh, boy. Yeah. So it's been. I'm hoping that I'm not really hearing. Hopefully our audio is doing okay. Right there. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so if you come to the festival, I've got these cool little flashlights that I'm giving out. And let's double check. Sean, sound was good. Oh, thank you, Sean. Appreciate the feedback, because for some reason my headsets are not working. So I can't tell whether I've got sound or not, because I don't hear the sound on my end. But it looks like we got signal. So we will continue. I did stop by to see Ron Moorhead, and he gave me this Bigfoot Unveiled book. I have it in Kindle version, but this is his new book out. So Ron Moorhead, he's the one who had the Sierra Sounds back in the 70s. He's a Bigfoot researcher. He's been in this field for many, many years. So check him out. You can go to his website, ronmoorhead.com, or you can go to Good-Vibes TV on my Amazon store and check it out there. Okay, so we are at the Smoky Mountain Bigfoot Festival happening in Townsend, Tennessee. We have seen all kinds of speakers, and my roving reporters have kind of pooped out. It's been a long morning, and I totally understand. So I've got a free drawing that's happening, and that's for the people attending, but also for people online watching. So you can actually enter anytime between now and Wednesday of this week, and then you'll be able to win some swag, I've got some oracle decks. I've got a book. I've got other stuff. So feel free to click on the the schedule. Here you go. There's the schedule. And so we're coming up on Russell Accord at 1 o'clock. And Zeb Ross, the clogger, should be clogging right now. Then at 1:30, Beethoven plays the classics, and he will be playing piano. The carving is happening, and they have a live auction. So lots of things happening here at the Bigfoot Fest. So, yeah, feel free to take one of the flashlights. Those are some giveaways for you guys. Oh, awesome. If you enter the drawing by clicking on the QR code and getting on our mailing list. So let me go back to the drawing here. So this is open not just for the festival goers, but through Wednesday night, midnight, you can enter. And I will be going live on Thursdays at 3 o'clock, as I usually do, for this live stream and drawing, doing, I think I've got, 6 or 7 items for people to win. So please enter. And to enter, it's very easy. When you click, you go to the website, which is there. Let me also put that on the screen. Here it is. tinyurl.com/GVTV BF drawing, and you'll be able to get on there. Basically, you'll give me your email address, and it'll ask you to subscribe to the YouTube channel and then comment Bigfoot on there. So that is going there. Let me take another short break while I regroup and check this out. I'll be right back after this. All right, I'm back. Well, Rick's going to go and check out some things and be our field reporter again. So check it out. There's all kinds of different things happening, and I'm not sure when he'll be ready to stream, but I thank you viewers for watching. I know it's been kind of crazy today. Lots of things going on. We had some hiccups this morning, but people are having fun. They're finally out. Let me show you the view from my end of the world. And although it's muddy, people are out. They were expecting 20,000 people to come to this event. Don't know how many actually came, considering that we had all this rain. But people who are into Bigfoot are outdoors people. If they're out looking for Bigfoot or they're into nature, you know, this weather is nothing, right? If you're camping, you have to be prepared, whether it's raining or whatever is happening. So, but we got some mud, but we're near the kids' play area, and the kids are playing in the mud, having fun, and, you know, everyone is having a great time. Sun is not quite out. We've got overcast. I know they're expecting some thunderstorms this afternoon, so it will be interesting. But, yeah, so If you're watching, you can comment. I can put your comments on the screen. And if that's something that you would like to do, I'd love to know where you're watching from. In a minute, we'll be checking in with Rick. I think I'm not sure where he was going. Maybe going down to see Ron Moorhead again. All the different speakers have long lines at their booths. People are wanting to buy different things from them, and their books and their other items, and lots of Bigfoot lovers in this area. So, it's really wonderful. And yeah, so that's what's happening. And I'm still waiting for Rick. When he gets set up, we will pull him up. Did you watch any of the Ron Moorhead episode that I aired? You actually aired the first one, and that's one of our most viewed episodes. I don't know what the last number is, but it was over 1,700 views for that episode. And this is where we learn about the Sierra Sounds, and I play some of those on there. So Ron Moorhead, as the two gentlemen from North Carolina Investigates, talked about. Ron Moorhead is top notch, and if you ever get a chance to meet him and say hello, it would be a great honor. So check him out, and read his books. He's got 2 books. Actually, he's got more than 2 books, but these are the 2 that I have. Both Quantum Bigfoot, which is what I based my episode on, and then Bigfoot Unveiled. This is his latest book, and I can. Says Scientific Answers to Bigfoot Mysteries. So I haven't read the book yet, but I did read the Quantum Bigfoot book, and this is how I kind of connected with Ron, because Good Vibes is all about quantum physics. Everything is energy, and where we're vibing, what vibe we're putting out, what vibration that we're vibrating is how we attract things to our lives. So if you're in the higher vibrations, you're going to have a higher quality of life. If you're in the low vibes, if you're in fear, basically fear are the low vibrations, love are the higher vibrations. And making that shift is life-changing, really. People, we're so, with the news and society, really want to keep us in the lower vibrations. So we have to break through that to live the higher vibe life. And this is about, how we evolve. So I will be interviewing a podcaster in a little bit. He does paranormal, and hopefully my audio is okay for that. So we'll be interviewing him shortly, and he's going to interview me shortly as well. So got a lot coming up, and let's see. Check in with Rick to see where he's at and what he's up. I'm going to pull him up. Hey, Rick, how's it going?
I'm down here at the hanging out. I'm waiting for Russ to come over to speak to everybody. He's still over there at the booth signing autographs, but he's supposed to speak about 1 o'clock. So when he starts walking over this way, I was going to try to catch him on camera here if I can. We'll see what happens.
You broke up a little
All right.
bit.
Get back to me in a couple minutes. Get back to me, all right?
Okay, honey. I'll be
All
back
right.
to you shortly.
Couple minutes, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to have you look at the speaker schedule. I'm not quite sure if that gentleman wanted, but anyway, we are back. So 1 o'clock, Russell Accord is speaking at the big speaker tent, and 1:30, Big Tovin plays the classics, and the carving is happening. There's food vendors out here. There are other kinds of vendors if you love Bigfoot stuff. Ooh, one thing I can tell you, which I hadn't talked about before, is something that you may or may not know about me, but let me check with Rick. Rick, give me a thumbs up when you're ready. we moved into our new house, my friend Denise in Florida kind of got me on this idea or thought of decorating bathrooms with a certain theme. So since we're in the mountains and stuff, most people do bear themes in their house or whatever. Well, I decided I had this bathroom and I decided to make it a Bigfoot themed bathroom. So I got all kinds of Bigfoot stuff in there and it's really cool. The shower curtain looks like there's a Bigfoot in there, silhouette of a Bigfoot taking a shower and other things. I'll have to take some pictures and show you. So I have a Bigfoot themed bathroom. So you may or may not know that. And it's not that I'm super duper into Bigfoot. I'm more of the thought of live and let live, right? If I happen to encounter one, yay. But it's not, Bigfoot is not something I'm looking to encounter. I'm a believer for sure, not an experiencer, not a skeptic, but a believer. To me, there's enough evidence from all the people that have talked about it that Bigfoot is real. And Bigfoot is a humanoid creature with DNA, may be interdimensional, maybe, ET related, but, live and let live. This is a big world. We're part of a cosmic universe, we're, cosmic beings. There's more out there than just this earth. So it's a matter of just being open-minded. But I don't necessarily need to have proof, physical proof. And as you heard from the gentleman earlier, if someone did catch, and kill a Bigfoot and bring it in, he's saying that the government would be all over them. And it's probably very true. Look what's been happening with the UFO disclosure movement. We've had to push the government to disclose the truth about ETs. So ETs and Bigfoots are real. It's just a matter of being open-minded and being aware that they're there. So let's see if Rick's ready. Check in with him again. Hey, Rick. Your signal's a little
Hey, I'm
sketchy.
here. I'm still waiting. Yeah, I'm
Okay.
still waiting. If you look,
You're breaking up a little
waiting to
bit. You
see
might be a little.
everybody. This is still there behind his tent.
Oh,
So
so he's running a little late.
it should
Well,
be
he's got
running
3
across his
minutes.
grass anytime.
Right.
Couple minutes, he should be running across the field, or somebody should be getting him, or maybe he's late. I'm not sure.
Well, he got 3 minutes before he's supposed
But
to
I'm,
start.
but I'm in a good spot where I can get him, I think.
Well, you can get
Hopefully
him going
he'll
by,
come
but
this.
I wouldn't bother him for
Yeah,
an
hopefully
interview.
hopefully he'll come this way. He's gonna stop. We'll just see if we say hi.
Well, your
All right,
signal's a
so
little
not yet.
iffy. Your signal's a little
I think
iffy,
he's
honey.
yeah, I think he's trying to get this way now because the line that was in not there now.
Well, you're breaking up a little bit, so kind of go
Breaking
in
up?
and out a little bit. I can hear you now.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty far
Hey,
away.
when you come back this way, can you stop by the carvers and get some of the wood carving? Get some nice close-ups
Yeah.
of the different carving, because we
Yeah,
haven't gotten any of that yet today. But I know
I
you
thought
may
Chris
want to
was
listen to
doing that.
Russell for a little bit.
Okay, I'll get
Okay?
it.
Chris
All
is
right.
taking a siesta right now. He's a little tired from
Okay.
getting up so early this morning.
Yeah, right. Okay. All right,
But
well,
it's okay.
hopefully he's coming this way pretty soon. I think he is. It looks like
I'll wait.
looks like they're trying to get him to come this. He's going behind the tents.
I'm with you waiting.
Are you still there with me?
I am.
Okay, I saw him. He ran behind the tent.
He
I
may be
don't see him
avoiding
over
you
there.
because he may be getting ready. Well, he's probably getting ready to speak, so you
He
Probably
is,
don't
but
want to
he's
bother
not
him.
he's not at the speaker's tent yet. He went behind the speakers, little tents that they got their tables and stuff. I don't see him. I don't see him.
Okay.
I
Well,
know he went there.
I'll check in with you later. Maybe when you go by the carvers. Okay.
Okay.
All
All
right.
right.
Thank you, honey. So that's my honey Rick, and these are the special guests that are speaking today. We got the Mountain Monsters. They don't come until I think they start in about an hour. So Russell Accord will be speaking now for about an hour, and then after that, I think at 2 are the Mountain Monsters. Now they seem to be the most popular in this area, so it's pretty interesting what people are drawn to. But yeah, I see Rick, but he's walking. So so there's music happening today, and the wrestling. I wonder what happened with the wrestling. Chris, are they doing wrestling still? 3:30 is the next time that they're supposed to be doing that. Oh my gosh, people's feet are filled with mud. This is a muddy Bigfoot fest for sure. Okay, well, I want to give Rick a chance to. Still waiting for Russell, but when he gets to the carvers, we'll come back. I think I'm gonna switch over to play episode 2 of Ron Moorhead, and I'll interrupt that episode as I get my reporters to report more from the field or get some interviews happening. So actually, yeah, let me do that. Give us a little break and give you guys some content to view. So here is episode 2 with Ron Moorhead. Good vibes. Welcome to Good Vibes TV. I'm your host, Leslie Klein, here to help you raise your vibration so you can thrive. My guest today is Ron Moorhead, a world-renowned Bigfoot researcher who recorded the Sierra Sounds. He's an author, a researcher, a lecturer, a Bigfoot experiencer, and the producer of the Sierra Sounds. Please welcome to Good Vibes TV, Ron Moorhead. Ron, thank you so much for being part of the show.
Hi, Leslie. Thank you for inviting me. I like it. Yeah, it's fun. It's always fun. Yeah.
Yes. We met at one of the Bigfoot festivals that happens, a fairly new one in Townsend, Tennessee. And you were just coming out with your Quantum Bigfoot book. And I just love how you are connecting the science of quantum physics to explain the Bigfoot phenomenon. So humans, we can hear from 20 hertz, I think, to 20,000 hertz.
Correct.
And they say that, Bigfoot, but other animals too can hear and make sounds beyond that and even below that. And the lower sounds are called infrasound.
Yes.
And they are, the Bigfoot actually use that, and some other animals use that infrasound to. We don't hear it necessarily, but we can feel that, and that's how they can put up almost like a force field to stop you from getting any closer to them. Is that what you
Well, they
understand?
can certainly change your. Well, I had that happen to me. I think of the Warren Johnson. He's the leader of our group, and he and I heard this Bigfoot outside our shelter, and we went out to thinking we were going to catch a glimpse of it because we get kind of bold there. We realized we hadn't been eaten yet or carried away, so these things are maybe friendly. And so we jumped out of the shelter doorway right quick, walked up towards this tree, which was maybe 40 feet away from the shelter, thinking we we're going to see it run away. It's bright moonlit night, and what we found out is it didn't run away. We got within 10 feet of it or so, a few feet of it, and we just got stopped like a force field. And I mean, stopped, and you couldn't go any further. And we were not afraid. I brought this up to a scientist later on, to a scientist, and he said, "Oh, can't work with your fears." I said, "We were not afraid. we weren't. We just we were bold then, you know. We went up to work. When you're 29, like I was, you're indestructible, you know. You think you are, anyway. So we walked up that way, and they got stopped like that. The only way we could go was back, and we went back. And as soon as we got back in the shelter, it started mouthing off again. I think they do toy with people because they think that we think we're smarter than them, and we're not. You know, I mean, we may be intellectually smarter, but these things are on a different level, conscious-wise. They've got it figured out.
So, would you consider them ETs or alien?
Not all
because
of them.
they could,
No,
not all of them.
they're different types.
So, amongst the Bigfoot, there's several different species, or
yes, could be
Hello?
different genomes.
Okay.
I've been into Nepal, I've been into Russia, Siberia, and South America. And there's all kinds of things happen on this planet that we need to think about and look into, because you find that aliens have been coming in for eons, and long before Homo sapiens were here. And you go back to Tempe and some of these places in Turkey that have been, predated way back. And in fact, they don't really know how old Göbekli Tepe is in Turkey. It's finding a bunch of other ones like that too, underground cities and this stuff. And you find out how much more there is to know that we don't know. Every day we're discovering things, and I just encourage anybody to understand that we're not the top of the game yet. We got more to learn and learn how to be compassionate with people and to raise your own vibration. Because when something does happen, when this earth cracks or whatever's going to happen, you want to be ready to go to the right place. And you're only going to, I get preaching here too much, but I'm not a preacher.
Oh, but you're passionate about this because this is
I'm
really
very passionate about it.
humanity, no?
I just hope that what I say resonates with people, because it's my 50 years of studying, and Bigfoot got me into this quantum physics and vibrational frequency and things like that. And even Edgar Mitchell, he knew more than he ever said probably to the public, but he was a good guy, and he made some pretty strong statements. But you look at that, and you look at this. Quantum physics is a little over 100 years old. It was born, actually Max Planck got it Nobel Prize in 1918 for discovering quantum mechanics. And you got Einstein, Tesla, these Bohr, Schrodinger, these guys got into it, and it's amazing what it brings up into your mind, because we can't conceive a lot of stuff. You have to just know it and mathematically establish it, like these physicists have done. And it's just it's totally believable in my eyes, anyway. Just because you can't see it don't mean it doesn't exist.
So you've been at this for close to 50 years. What do you think of how the Bigfoot phenomena has changed from when you first got into it till now? Because there've been so many more sightings, so many more shows.
When we first got into it, we was thinking it was just an unknown species of gorilla or something out there. We didn't realize the language thing. We knew they were chattering to themselves, but everything converses with each other. These species will have a way of communicating. These things communicate with a language, and that's been established. So when you get that, and then you get into Dr. Lieberman, Brown University, he says who's a cognitive researcher, by the way, he said only humans have the ability for sapient vocalizations like we're doing right now. And you put that into the equation, these things have to have a human component. So whatever created them, whatever alien did that, and when, we don't know. But what we discovered up there is quite like the Patterson film that most people talk about, which was 1967. The tracks, which Bob Gimlin gave me one, and they're different than ours. Ours is still 5-toed track, but it's not. They're very splayed toes. And it doesn't have the profound arch like the Patterson does. So what I get into in my book, and another book I'm coming out with shortly, crossbreeding going on from these things. They come up and they're able to crossbreed with indigenous people. And I think what Patterson had up there, what I can see and what I think, is that it was diluted down Bigfoot from that and crossbreeding with indigenous people. And that's happened over and over and over for eons. You know, a lot of Native American lore goes into that too, saying that they've taken their women. And that means the chromosome count would have to be manipulated to be the same as ours, unlike a chimpanzee.
I think in your book, the Quantum Bigfoot book, you talk about how there's Russian scientists that have changed DNA with just light and frequency.
Oh, we can do that. Yeah, it's happening. I mean, we know DNA now, which we didn't even know that 100 years ago, hardly. We know so much more every decade that goes by, every year that goes by. And now we got AI intelligence coming out, and that's the spooky thing too, because it's going to outride us. And I say outride us, just got to watch out. That could be the end of everything right there. They're going to figure out, what do we need these jerks for? They don't know anything.
Right.
It's a little interesting, but I think it falls into a lot of prophecies too.
Now, in your book, the Quantum Bigfoot book, you had a whole section that Joan Ocean wrote about her experiences in communicating with the dolphins in Hawaii as a empath and I guess kind of like a psychic, and then she went to connect with Sasquatch.
Yeah.
I'm going to interrupt that episode because it looks like Rick is near the carvers. So I'm going to go to Rick right now. Hey, honey, how's it going? Where you at?
Hey, I'm just going to walk down here and show you what they're doing, alrighty?
Yes, you're at the wood carvers?
I'm at the wood carvers right now.
Great.
And,
I want to see all of the
and
wonderful carvings that they're doing.
I'm just showing you what they got. I don't see anybody carving. There's a guy down the back here. Looks like he's doing something. Got a
See if you can
lot of
get
nice
close
stuff
up.
here.
Yeah, see if you can get close up so we can see them really good. The different
Yeah.
carvings. I'm going to move.
This guy's starting to saw up here. He's going to do something. So here's some of the smaller stuff out front here. And there's a Big Mac Daddy Bear that he's doing the finishing touches on. You can see that. Pretty neat. All right, let me come over here a little bit. Got some more stuff going on.
Looks like you're breaking up a little bit again. Your picture has frozen. All right. Rick, your picture has frozen, so I'm gonna take you off the screen right now. Oh, there you go. Hold on. There you are. Now I see you. You froze up for a little bit.
Yeah. This is a Bigfoot bar right here. You
Oh,
have any?
neat.
Can you see it?
Yeah.
You have any questions?
What inspired him to create that?
This gentleman here can maybe answer your question if you got anything, if you can hear him.
So, what inspired you? What inspired you to create these wood carvings?
I got tired of splitting firewood a long, long time ago, and figured my time with the chainsaw was better spent making art. So
I love
that's
it.
how I got into it.
And how long have you been doing it?
Seriously, for about 7 years.
Wow. Now, what other places do you show off your craft?
I travel all over Arkansas, Pennsylvania, Tennessee a good bit, and go to competitions. So travel quite a
I
bit.
didn't know there. So there are competitions for the wood carving. I didn't know that.
Yep. Yeah, there's quite a few in Pennsylvania, and there's some in the southeast, but it's generally in the northeast.
Cool. And so you said you've been doing it for 7 years. And where are you from?
I'm from Greenville, South Carolina.
Nice. So you must like traveling.
I get tired of the seat time, but I do like to see the world, or I like to see the United States, so it worked for me.
Awesome. Well, thank you for talking with us.
You're very welcome.
Hopefully,
I
Rick
got
will
one
show
question.
us some more.
I got one question.
Go ahead, hon.
How much would something like this go for once you're done? Estimate. It's a lot of work.
It's hard to say. With the auction, it might go for $500 or $600, or it might go for $5,000 or $6,000. So usually it's somewhere around $3,000, $4,000 for something like this, depending on the detail. But
I think the 1,000 number is probably more likely because it's a lot of work.
yeah, let's see what the crowd does. But somebody might get it for pretty inexpensive.
Oh wow, wow. All right. Hey, thank you so much. All right, Leslie, back to you. Unless you want me to walk around some more, I can.
Yeah, I love seeing the artwork that they're doing. I love seeing the artwork that they're doing. So yeah, show us some more more footage of that if you can.
Yeah, I'm moving down here and looking. Guy's carving up a, looks like a Bigfoot. He's getting ready to start up a chainsaw, I think. Might be a little noisy. Maybe he's not. No. But that's some of the work. Let me see. Here's one that's finished. Kind of different, huh? Let's look over here. Yeah, that's still called hand drive. Yeah. Another little table. And here's something that looks like the guy was doing over there, similar. Pretty nice, huh? Here's some little guys.
The expressions on the faces that they're able to do with a chainsaw are amazing.
Can you see those?
Yes.
All right, folks, we're going to be auctioning these masterpieces at 4 o'clock. If you're interested in waving
All right.
around,
Let me keep walking up the side here.
I've got lids down here.
Sounds like they got an auction coming up later. All right, here's some little guys. Can you see those okay?
Tilt down a little bit. Let's go. That's better. Yeah. Nice.
There's a bear for you. Eagle. All right, I'm just walking up almost to the end here. Some more stuff on the table.
A little bigger, but you know, in that general category. You know, that. So yeah, 125 for that.
Look like that. Look like a carver friend of ours.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
It's awesome.
Bigfoot caught a fish.
That's awesome.
And some little guys down the bottom here. Okay. I'm going to start heading back up.
Okay, thank you for doing that.
All right.
It was great to see that artwork.
We're probably going to
So
head
I'll-
over to the stage here shortly.
Okay.
All
Check
right.
out.
Well, I'll see
Thank
you in a
you.
bit.
All right. Thank you, Rick.
All right. All right.
Bye. All right. So that was my hubby, Rick Klein, being a field reporter, showing you the sites that I can't show you because I can't be at two places more than one, at the same time. So if you like my little Bigfoot here and you want your own, and there's actually a female version. She's all white like the Yeti and has a little bow in her hair. So these little guys are about $26. You can go to my Amazon store. Just go to good-vibes.tv and you will find it there. Plus you'll find a lot of these different books and things like that. Hey, I'm live. So yeah, check it out. And if there's something that you'd like to do, get your own little Bigfoot. Now you know where to get it. There could be some vendors here that have it. I did get this one. I think it was at a Bronco festival, so it wasn't a Bigfoot fest, but I just loved it and found it on Amazon too. So you can get it from me if you choose. So lots of things going on, and I'm gonna take a little break right now. Actually, we can go back to the episode with Ron Moorhead. We were talking about Joan Ocean, who's featured in his book Quantum Bigfoot. Back to Ron. Yeah, can you tell me more about that? Because it seems like her, and then I kind of delved into her website and stuff. Is she still around?
Yes, as far as I know, I had seen her a few years back. I went over there and my wife and I went over there and went out to see the dolphins with her and went diving with them. Yeah, in fact, we stayed with them, and her and John Luke, her husband, and nice, great people. And she's still at it. She's in her 80s now. So am I, but it's just, it happens. The longer you live, the more things you got to respond to. So we're here for, she went out, she knows right where they are, and they know right where she's at, and somehow get in the water and they come around. And she says she communicates with telepathically. And she had an encounter in Oklahoma where they had some property. And there's a lot of reports around that area about these things. And she was just there on her property. And started doing the same technique she used with the dolphins, which is, again, communicating. And you can do that, through your pineal gland, through your consciousness. That's how you get telepathic. That's how these things happen. So many people think they're just gifted in certain areas to do certain things, but we're all gifted. We can just learn how to work it, and get there. And I think it's a direct connection from your pineal gland into your heart, which has its own brain. Your heart has to be in coherence with your brain, your outside brain. Because the problem is our analytical conditioning, which we're all got, raised from childhood to, no, you can't do that anymore. You got to do this way. That's the right way. And so we're all conditioned, but you got to get deeper than that. You got to get into understanding and get your conditioning. You got to live with it, but still expand it. And she does that, and she's able to telecommunicate. And that's what she did with these things in Oklahoma. And that's what some people do with Bigfoot. Now, people ask me, have you ever had mind speak with Bigfoot? And I said, not that I know of. Always analytical, me, my outside conditioned brain. And when all this was going on, close-up stuff in the 70s, I didn't even think about, none of us thought about this stuff. We were just out there. And Al Berry, though, he knew quite a bit more. But he knew classical science. Got into quantum science. That's how the universe works. That's how everything from the atom to the stars works through quantum science, and that's according to Dr. Christopher Breyer at West Texas A&M. And all scientists, I think, understand that, because right on the back of classical science, which is Newtonian physics, but there's so much more going on that we just don't see or feel or touch, like the classical science says you have to. Get into modern science. Modern science is over 100 years old. Quantum science. So there. I said that.
Time for a break. When we come back, learn how Ron Moorhead raises his vibration. Welcome back to Good Vibes TV. My guest today is Ron Moorhead, and we are talking about Bigfoot and quantum physics. If you're going out into the forest to communicate with Bigfoot, if you're going there with the intention of wanting to kill them or hurt them, or that lower vibration of coming from fear, basically, they're not going to come around.
That's
but
right.
If you're going to them, coming at it from love, compassion, understanding, respect, then they'll come and communicate. And that's what it seems like she's doing with them.
Yes.
And I saw there was this documentary series called A Flash of Beauty, Bigfoot Revealed, that you were interviewed on, which that was a great interview about quantum physics. And there was a lady there, Sonia Zohar, who's also another psychic empath that would kind of communicate with the Bigfoot and have totally different experiences than what a lot of these monster Bigfoot shows, show, which is nothing, because the Bigfoot just avoids them, right? Or maybe throws rocks at them or whatever.
Yeah. I know Sonia fairly well. She's from the same town in Washington where I was. She interviewed me one time for a production. And there's people that do the Flash of Beauty, Jill and her husband. They're doing a documentary on the Sierra Camp now this year, and they've interviewed me quite a bit over the years. They're very honorable people. They do a really good job, I think. So they're going to come out with it later this year. There should be a documentary out on the Sierra Camp.
People are still going to the Sierra Camp looking to communicate with Bigfoot, or?
No, I don't tell people where it's at generally.
Okay.
I took David Paulides up there, who wrote the 411 books, Missing 411 series. He did about 15 minutes on the Missing 411, The Hunted, and I was in that, and he interviewed me right there at the camp. So, but right after while we were there, actually, the whole California just went on fire. So, a lot of smoke, and we left out of there a week. We was there 8 days, I guess. But you can't just walk out. I mean, we had to have a mule team come in and take all the equipment out and stuff like that. So nothing happened, and I didn't expect anything to happen. I told him probably nothing's going to happen because, these things they know when people are trying to do this stuff. They don't want to interfere. They want to stay back as long as they can. But so anyway, we were there, and more and more burned after we left. We was concerned if we was even going to get out. And but I flew over it a few months later in a small plane, and it hadn't been burned. The area where the camp is, a lot of area had been burned, but there's still a lot of trees up there, a lot of these things are in a cave system, like it could be in that whole area, the whole, a lot of cave systems we don't know about. And if they're in a cave system like that, or if they migrated out when the fire was going on, like all the other animals, we didn't see hardly any animals up there. In fact, I don't think we've seen one. They'd all gone underground or left or something because fires are coming. Guys, you better get out of here. Well, we got no way to get out of there till the mule team comes and gets us.
Yeah. Yeah, that's scary.
Well, there was something needed to be done. I'm glad I took him in. He's the only one I've ever taken in. He's a good friend of mine, David is. And
So I love to ask my guest, what do you like to do to raise your vibration? Is there a certain technique that you like to use and that you can share with others to help us all,
well,
try it anyway?
it's something that kind of went along with this whole program, and that's raise your personal vibration frequency so you can get out of this third dimension successfully. Not have to come back and do it again some of the place, some of the planets, some of the places working on 3 dimensions, and respond to them with love and compassion, and don't be a victim of anything, because everything that happens to you, it may not seem like this at the time, but it's okay, and because you've experienced, as long as you don't become a victim of it. And I had that happen to me, and as much as I know what I think I know, I had a tumor removed off my brain here about 7 years ago. And it left me with a few issues, as far as I'm still here. I'm still able to talk. I'm still able to do. I think it was brought about because so I could do what I'm doing now instead of getting out and trying to cross a log. Because I've been pretty adventurous my whole life. Really,
Yeah.
had a pretty exciting life actually. But now it's time to. I'm in my 80s, so it's time for me just to do what I'm doing now and speak to people what I think I know and what all these years have taken me to this Bigfoot thing, and how they operate in a whole other frequency, because a lot of them are here to help us. And even the Bible says, you have guardian angels. And a lot of people claim that's all they're for, but no, there's also the negative ones that are out there, because other entities from the cosmos have been here and they have manipulated the DNA of different species. And everybody wonders why. Why are we special? Well, yes, I think we are special. Humans are very special because we are designed to be ninth dimensional beings, which that's very critical, I think, to understand who you are as a human. That'll also take a lot of fear out of you. And if you ever want to get close to these things, you don't need fear in you. You got to get rid of that, because they'll sense that in your aura, your energy that you put out. So it's my opinion that we got to have love and compassion. And for the first couple of years, I considered myself a victim of that, because I couldn't walk like I wanted to. I started taking therapy so I could walk better, and I couldn't do a lot of things. But it's okay. I'm okay with it, and you got to be okay and still don't consider yourself a victim. Raise your personal vibrational frequency with responding to all your issues with love and compassion, and don't get mad at the little old lady that don't move when the light turns green or something like that. Might be you someday. So that's how I handle it anyway. And
So focusing on compassion and love for yourself and others is what you do to raise your vibration.
Meditation, because you have to get those things in line that we talked about earlier. Your pineal gland, which is the third eye, and that's pretty much way goes back way, and you got that which is connected to the heart, and that vibration has to go from your heart to your brain, but your brain is conditioned. So that's our challenge, to get unconditioned, not unconditioned, but add to that the rhythm of the frequency and get it in coherence, so it's all balanced. That's what the chakras are about. That's what those other things that other religions teach, and some religions think, oh, they're evil or something like that. No, take them for what they really do for you, and they can do a lot for you if you just listen to them. Don't be confined to one specific thing that hasn't really resonated with you, because you will know what's right and what's wrong if you listen to your heart. That's your gut feeling. That's what it is. And sometimes you get a gut feeling to go right, but yet there's $1 million there on the left. Yes, you want to go there. But your gut feeling is what's always leads you into what's right. The whole planet is going to step up into another vibration. And it's just been so nail. We're destroying this planet. We gotta not do that anymore. You know, we gotta be better for the planet, be better for our people, be better, just better. And you're not gonna do that by getting mad at somebody knocking over the head with a club or something.
Right.
In my opinion. Anybody's opinion agree with that, huh?
Right.
Now these guys want to know, what does it take to come back in here and set up this village here in Portlock? And the first thing I'd say, well, you got to come in simple, and you got to come in with caring about the area. You know, show respect for the earth. It has a frequency too, and it's living.
So is that one of the big messages from Bigfoot, is to take care of our planet, to take care of our home? Is that one of the reasons they're kind of mad at us?
Yeah, if you listen to the right one.
Okay. So there are different, more evolved Bigfoots than others, I guess.
Well, I wouldn't say more evolved, but
conscious?
More different agendas. Yeah. Because I can't believe there's something good going over in Israel right now. You know, it's just all the wars and things we got going on. It's a little bit interesting to live in this right now, this timeline. And if we could stop it all, if all of us would get together and raise our consciousness together, it would really make a difference. Same thing happens when you blow up when you use a nuclear weapon or something, you know, like they did in 47 or when it was, no, 40. The atomic bomb went off. That's when the aliens would start paying attention, because it sends a vibration all the way through the universe.
And creates a tear in the, well, it impacts their universes and their dimensions.
Yeah,
it's not just us.
No,
but
it's not just us.
And so that's why they're
all interested in what's going on here, because we're a species that were created to have dominion on this planet, but we're not taking care of it again.
And free will.
Free will. Everybody's got free will. That's how celestial beings still come here if they want to, because they're not supposed to interfere, but a lot of them do. They did with us.
They can if we ask for their permission, just like with the angels. If we give them permission to help us, whether it's an ET, a benevolent ET, or an angel, they can help us.
Absolutely.
But otherwise,
if you listen to them,
right.
Well, something's been guarding me for a long time. You too, probably. You know, I've been on the edge of not being here quite a few times, and I've been. Well, I've just done a lot of things that's on the edge, and something had to be watching over me to get me through those things. You know? I flew through some pretty violent storms from my airplanes, and over the years,
and you've been all around the world, from Peru.
Yeah, a lot of Peru really is an eye opener. Yeah, that's where you see the megalithic structures and stuff like that. You don't know how they did it, and a scuba diver is a safety diver for the whales in South America for everything. But I've been very fortunate. I had an extremely fortunate life, and I have no regrets at all. And I just love that I can still be here and talk to you, because that's gonna, I hope, help somebody. You know, if we can have just one person. If we can have just one person, we've done our job. You know?
Exactly. You know, it's one at a time, you know. Time for a break. When we come back, learn how you can contact Ron Moorhead. Welcome back. What's the best way people can find out more about your work? And you have a new book coming out too, right?
I do. Yeah, I'm just
Tell
about
us about that.
getting it ready. Well, it's called Bigfoot Unveiled. It's another step out. Yeah, hey, you got a picture of it. That's good. I designed that myself. I like it.
I
Uh,
like it.
yeah, it just continues on with some of the things we're talking about that was not in the Quantum Bigfoot book. Quantum Bigfoot gets a person primed up for a lot of the way things work, but this carries on a little bit further. It's easy, hopefully easy to read, and it should be out I'm hoping for March. You know, that's because I got a couple conventions lined up in March. I'd love to have it available for that.
So, is the best way to people can read your website?
Yes, ronmoorhead.com. You got it. You're good. How you do that stuff?
StreamYard.
Yeah, and yeah, all my both my books are there. All three of them will be there shortly when I get my. I'm redoing my website right now, but it's still up and going. But it's going to be changed a little bit, make it a little more modern. And these things are all downloadable, by the way.
Because you have the 2 CDs as well with all the Sierra sounds on there.
Yes, there are 2 CDs. One of them is narrated by Jonathan Frakes. That's the first one. He's a Star Trek Next Generation guy, and it's about 40 minutes long. And we integrated the aggressive sounds that Al Berry was recording and into the story, the narrative. And then the second one is my personal take on it all and my narrative. And I narrated myself, and I got the current sounds that I recorded in '74, and some of the others on it too, and they're all integrated within it. And then those are just downloadable unless you find a store that's got them in stock, which the BigfootStore.com has those in stock, I believe. They haven't run out. And the other ones are or paperback copies or downloadable, either one. And
yeah, with Kindle too, you can, because you had some of the Sierra sounds in the Voices in the Wilderness, and you can download those from
yes,
when you buy a
those
Kindle book.
a lot of those are different sounds I don't have on the CDs, so I don't want people to compare that. But if you page 126 of that book, there's a link down below my website, and that link will take you to all the 24 sounds that's integrated within the story. So when I get to the context of what I was hearing, you can hear the sound I was hearing.
One last question: have you since the Sierra sounds, have you had encounters with Bigfoot since that time?
Yes. Now, my last real obvious to me encounter was in 2011 when I was in the Sierra camp, and I went up by myself, which I really shouldn't be doing that, but other things up there too. A lot of bear up there too, but they're not aggressive bear, but they will take your food if you turn your back. So I had a guy lined up to go with me, a cryptolinguist who studied the sound, Navy cryptolinguist. He went up there with me 3 times that summer. He came out from Missouri where he was teaching school, and we went up there. He was trying to get some more corroborative evidence on the sound, so nothing happened. Nothing you could definitively put your finger on. I mean, things happen, but you can only guess at that, Until something definitively happens, I don't call it an encounter, but he would. I think you hear something sound over here, and immediately you hear a sound over there that's just not normal, and you think, okay. But you didn't see anything, couldn't find any tracks, so. But I went back by myself. That was 2011, and I heard a big whop right outside. I saw like a gunshot going off. I thought it was a wood knock, and it may have been a wood knock, but it was so loud I thought it was I don't know what it was. But since then, I've got it more into maybe these things are energizing within trees. Maybe that's got something to do with why they get so disturbed when you go cutting trees down. So many reports over the years about these things being seen and aggressively being seen when they're clear cutting wood, timber. And I got a whole chapter on trees in my book, my new book coming out. And it's I think it's important for people to understand that. It's just but anyway, I heard that sound, and it was still light outside, so I went out. Mosquitoes were so bad, I went inside this little tent I'd set up and started waving my t-shirt, keep the mosquitoes off. Maybe they thought I was surrendering, I don't know, but I started talking to them because I felt like they were there from that sound I heard, and that's kind of sound they make anyway when they're around is whopping a tree, or maybe they're coming out. I don't know what makes it sound. Some people say it's clapping with their hands or something like that, but whatever it was, nothing happened. I started talking to him. I said, "Come on, I just want to know more about you. Let's talk." But nothing. Went back in the tent. That's when it started getting dark. You don't want to be outside when it's dark. So went back into my little tent, and about 10 o'clock that night, I heard this chattering going on, and I heard this thing right at the same time walking around my tent, and a bipedal, like an elephant walking. And I started talking to it again. I said, "I really asked you not to come back late at night and scare me." Because it's easy to do. All I had was a little 38 pea shooter, with its birdshot in it, so I could scare bear away from anything they might want to get into that I didn't want them to into. So nothing happened. I mean, it just, whatever it was, just stepped up by my tent. I heard it standing there, and all of a sudden it was gone. I couldn't hear a thing. Didn't hear it leave, but I'm sure it did. I didn't sleep much that night. I write about this in my Voice in the Wilderness, and I heard this metallic sound at 4 o'clock in the morning. I mean, really metallic. I was going to try. I couldn't record it. My battery was totally dead. Brand new lithium battery, by the way. And I found out it was dead at 10 o'clock when I heard the chattering. So it wouldn't work. But as soon as daylight came, I broke down the tent, loaded up what I had, and left. My question had been answered. They are still around up there. They were then anyway. 2016, I went up there with my wife, and we had an open tent then, air that you could see out of it. And we saw this elongated light go by us, by the tent, probably 40 feet from the tent. It was just floating through the trees, through the forest. What do you do with that? You don't know what it's all about, other than it's a form of energy of some type. And we watched it for quite a while till it went out of sight down the ravine, and definitely controlled, and just a form of energy. And like that's what orbs are. And by the way, when sound reaches its 49th octave, it turns into light. I thought I'd throw that in there.
A lot of sightings with orbs
Yeah.
before or after when they encounter Bigfoot energy in the forest.
Yeah.
So is it that Bigfoot kind of gets to that frequency and then they're floating around?
Well,
before
I've had people report they saw a Bigfoot turn into an orb. They don't want to tell about that because it sounds crazy, but that could happen if they have the vocal mechanism that can change their frequency to the 49th octave, change the sound to the 49th octave. That sound would turn into an orb or to a light form.
That makes sense. Because when you're talking about frequency, light, different spectrum of frequency, sound, it's all frequency.
Everything is frequency.
Everything is energy. Yeah.
Energy, frequency, and vibration. And again, Tesla said, or excuse me, well, I was going to say, Einstein said, you find the frequency of anything, you can change its matter. That's hard to get your head around. But if you think everything is frequency, and you can, I think that's how the miracles are done. People can find the frequency of something that can change the matter.
Yeah, and the law of attraction, it's the idea that the way to attract to you, you have to be the vibration of that, like attracts like. So if you want love in your life, you have to be projecting and being in the state of love to attract love or joy or happiness. Same with fear or any lower vibrations. So
people find what they look for. You find what you look for. I don't think I'm the first one to say that. I think Abraham Lincoln said that. You find what you look for. So look for good and you'll find good. Look for bad and you'll find it. So look for good in life. And some things don't seem good, but again, consider it a learning curve. We're all here to learn. That's what it's all about. And to learn how to be ninth dimensional beings. My take on it anyway.
And what would you say a ninth dimensional being would be like? Because we're only talking, we were talking about going into the fifth dimension, and now you're talking about all the way up to ninth dimension.
Well, yeah, if you haven't learned love and compassion, you'll never get up to the ninth dimension, though. That's where you're everything. You can do just about anything anywhere in the universe. And that's where these Anunnaki are from. The sky people, powerful ones, light beings, they're light. Even Satan was called the shiny one. And when you see a glow around them, that's I think important for people to know is that you have the ability, even in this dimension, to graduate yourself all the way to there if you learn everything that we've been talking about, love and compassion. If you can get 100% on it all the way through your system and realize how important and how unimportant certain things are. But yeah, it's been fun being with you, Leslie. And
Yes.
maybe we'll see each other again someday in one of these conventions. Are you going to be in Townsend?
Yes, yes, definitely. Well, thank you, Ron, so much for this opportunity to interview you and give us so much insight on this beautiful phenomenon of Bigfoot. That's, I want to say, not something to fear, but something to appreciate and have good connections with if we're going to go out there looking for Bigfoot.
Well, again, fear is your enemy. It's your only enemy because you only fear what you don't understand, what you don't know. And that's why so many people are out there trying to shoot one of these things. And why do that? Just because you don't understand it. And we would have shot at one had they attacked us in that shelter up there. I got to tell you, we had guns. But somehow I knew who I was as a human even then. That you're supposed to have dominion on this planet, right? None of the other animals are supposed to have it. When you don't know the difference between a gorilla and a Bigfoot, they can all the same. It was exciting. It still is. Yeah.
Well, thank you for recording those Sierra sounds because that was like the foundation for all of this Bigfoot research that's been happening. So you were like the original.
If that hadn't happened, I wouldn't be with you today. Yeah. So I think Alan Berry, because he fostered the sound studies, and at least the first one, and that was important. It's a big hurdle. So thank you very much, Leslie, for having me on today, and I appreciate it.
And I'll see you soon. Definitely in Townsend. Thank you. Thank you for watching. If you got some value from this episode, please like, share, and subscribe to get the word out and raise the vibration of the planet together. Peace out, everyone. welcome back to the Good Vibes TV channel and the Good Vibes Lifestyle live stream. Coming to you live from Townsend, Tennessee, and I have a special guest with me today. His name is Sean Barnes. And Sean, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. So, Sean, tell me about your podcast. You have a podcast called Para Reality Podcast. What is it all about?
Yeah, thanks. Well, the Para Reality Podcast, I tell everybody we talk about the usual, unusual stuff. We talk about cryptids like Bigfoot, UFOs, aliens, ancient alien theory, conspiracy theories, stuff like that.
How long have you had the podcast?
Since 2004.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I was doing it before podcasting was a thing. I've taken a couple of breaks here and there, but I started in 2004.
And so what got you into it?
That's a really good question. I had moved to Nashville and was new to the area. I didn't really know a lot of people. And I was looking for a hobby. And I was driving home. I'd always been interested in radio and kind of the more weird, unusual stuff. And I was driving home from work late one night, and the Coast to Coast AM show came on the radio, and I've already been kicking the idea around about doing something, and if I didn't know what I wanted to do, and that came on the radio, and I'm like, that's what I'm going to do my show on. So that's kind of how I got into it, and I started with no idea what I was doing, and I had a computer with a headset microphone, and I plugged it straight into the computer, and that's how I started.
Oh, that's awesome. Now, do you interview people?
I do.
Okay.
I interview anyone and everyone that's had any kind of strange, unusual encounter. I like to think that I specialize in talking to the everyday normal person just like me, who's maybe had some unusual experience. They don't know what happened to them. They have no explanation for it, but they want to tell their story. So I love to interview people like that, and that's mainly who I interview.
So what are some of the top interviews that stand out to you that were like really interesting? Were they about Bigfoot or other things?
Actually, one of the most interesting interviews that I did actually was about Bigfoot. I'm not going to get too much into it because it was just a little graphic.
Oh, really?
But it was a lady who claimed to have had a Bigfoot encounter, and I'm not going to say was taken by Bigfoot, but she had let's call it a special relationship.
Really?
Yeah, and that was one of the more freaky interviews that I think I've ever conducted.
Wow. Well, I've read and heard that Bigfoot and the Native American Indians have had encounters like that where they would take their women and stuff like that. So I guess something similar.
I've heard that. My wife is she's Native American, but they don't have any tales of that nature that I know of. Another interesting, speaking of Native Americans, that's another interesting interview that I did. Was I interviewed Dr. Lawrence Locklear several years ago, who is part of the Lumbee tribe of North Carolina. That's a very little known Native American tribe, but they're the largest non-federally recognized tribe in the United States. They're probably about somewhere between 80 and 90,000 strong.
Wow.
They're recognized in the state of California, but the federal government will not recognize them.
Why is that?
Because they don't look Native American. They don't have traditional Native American history.
Well, that's a little.
The rumor is that they are the descendants from the lost colony of roving. So they're not. They don't look Caucasian. A lot of people mistake them for Hispanics, but they don't have the traditional Native American folklore and background. They come from the swamp. They made their own school system. It's the first Native American founded school system, and is part of the University of North Carolina now. So they're in colleges. So yes, it's a very interesting story. And if you kind of do a deep dive into it, I don't want to get before your people, but if you do a deep dive into it, a lot of people with the last names that are in the Lumbee area, North Carolina, they have very similar names or the exact same names
is there, and so basically your curiosity is what's been leading you down this journey.
Yeah, I had an unusual experience when I was a child that I have no explanation for, and it kind of sparked that.
Tell us about that.
Well, I was probably about maybe 10 or so, and I was asleep one night, and I had bunk beds, and I was sleeping on the top bunk, and I just woke up in the middle of the night. I don't know what time it was, but it was in the middle of the night, and my mother always kept a nightlight on in the hall in case like I had to get up and go to the bathroom or something like that. And I woke up, and I was just laying there trying to go back to sleep, and I heard footsteps coming up the hallway, and it was very slow and deliberate footsteps. And as soon as the footsteps got to my room, something, I don't know what it was, I never saw anything, but something was standing there, and it gave a big sigh and kind of did a lip smack like that.
Wow.
And then turned around and walked into my parents' room, which was across the hall. And that freaked me out.
Yeah.
And I have no idea what or who it was.
A ghost, you think?
Had to have been something passing by. The house was new when my parents bought it, so no one had ever lived in the house before, so there was no like death in the house or anything like that. Now the property, we have no idea about the history behind the property is, so it could have something to do with that.
Where did it happen?
It was in a little town in southeast Alabama called Enterprise.
Oh. Wow.
It's I think the Creek Nation was Native American was around there. But once again, I don't know the history of the land or anything like that. It could have just been something passing by. I have no idea. But I know I wasn't asleep.
Right.
You know? And I know that I didn't see anything, but I heard it.
Right.
And you kind of fast forward a few years later, and my mother had this book called The Bermuda Triangle. It was written by a man named Charles Berlitz. And I became fascinated by that book. I don't know why my mother had it, but she read it and she liked it. And that kind of opened my eyes up to like mysteries of the universe and everything.
Yeah.
I've just been kind of interested ever since.
Wow. So how many episodes do you think you've done since 2004? Or do you know what, keep track of the numbers
I used
of
to. It's over 200. It's well over 200. It's got to be. I really don't know. It's funny you should mention that because my wife asked me the same thing not too long ago. I was like, I don't know. I stopped counting on 150 out.
Well, that's great. So do you have are you going to keep?
I don't have any plans to quit anytime soon. I don't do it to make money or get famous or anything like that. I just do it because I love it and it's fun and interesting and it's my hobby and you know, it's I'm just gonna keep on until I can't.
Do the stories come to you, or do you seek them out, or is it a combination?
It's a
Okay.
I have people who know what I do, and they'll or they listen to the podcast or something. They'll say, "Hey, I heard you're looking for a story," or somebody will be like, "Hey, I got a friend of a friend or something to put me in touch." And a lot of times I'll like watch something on TV. I'm like, "Oh, I need to look into that," you know, or something. I'll some story I'll hear about or something I'll see in a newspaper or something. Or maybe it comes from another podcast that I listen to or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, I get it from all over the place.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Well, how can people tune into your podcast?
So the name of the podcast is Para Reality, Para, and reality on the back end of it. You can get it on my website at parareality.com, or it's available on all podcast platforms. If you listen to a podcast, it's whatever you listen to, Spotify, Apple, Google, or I think Google's now YouTube. You know, all of them. I'm there, and we do one episode the first and third Fridays of every month, so twice a month. It's an hour-long episode, hour to hour and a half long episode.
Awesome. Well, that's great. Well, thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you for having me. You know, we independent podcasters have to support each other.
Absolutely.
And I'm more than happy to support you anytime you need. So thank you for having me. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Sean. Great. All right. Well, I'm going to go back to a break right now so we can take a break. @vibes.tv. Okay. And it looks like my Instagram is disconnected. So, oops. Let me do this too. Okay, I'm back. I'm sorry, guys. Just some technical difficulties, but we're working through them. At least it stopped raining. This morning was a real tricky thing. And anyway, so I have a shot out here of the kids playing on the rock climbing. It's basically just the kids' area. You can see the mountains in the background, and you can hear the carving of the carvers. At 4 o'clock, they do their carving or their auction. So let's put this on the screen. This is the schedule of events, and every year they do this. This is the 4th year. So we've had Turtleman, which we got to talk to him a little bit, Diamond Jim Boardwine, Ronnie LeBlanc, Russell Accord, the Mountain Monsters. Let's see, what time is it? So the Mountain Monsters must be doing their presentation at the speakers page. I'm not happy with this microphone stand. I'm still trying to figure out the best way to do this. And anyway, hopefully that works. And yeah, so let's see. 2:15 is Bigfoot Action Theater. I'll have to see if Rick is interested in going to cover that. Then we also have music that's going to no, actually the Bigfoot Calling contest at 2:30. Then wrestling at 3:30. And more Bigfoot Calling at 5. Again, 4 o'clock is the auction for all the carvings, and you saw Rick earlier had taken us around to the carvers, and that was pretty cool to see the beautiful art that they can do with a chainsaw. So that was really wonderful to be able to see that. And I want to tell you about our free drawing. If you take a picture of this QR code, or you could actually go to this website. It's a tinyurl.com/GVTV BF drawing. I'll have a drawing, and let me actually go get that you have a chance to win. So here we go. Let's see. Like this. So I have my book, Wellness for Winners, which I wrote a chapter on. That is going to be raffled off. Not really raffled, a drawing. It's a free drawing, so free entry. I also have a brand new copy of this Pocket Mystical Shaman Pocket Oracle by Alberto Villoldo, Colette Baron Reed, and Marcelo Lobos. These are all decks that I featured on the live stream. Each month I have a different oracle that I feature. So that one I will be giving away. The Divine Masters Oracle by Kyle Gray. This is a great one. These are ones that I have that I use myself that I really love. Another one is Angels and Oracle. Angels and Aura's Oracle deck. This one is by Radley Valentine and Dougal Frazier. So that is also going to be given away. I have some, and even though, they're not as popular as they used to be, I have some face masks that have Good Vibes on them. The Good Vibes logo. A couple of those swag gave away. And there's another Good Vibes little bag. I can't get open. But it's a Good Vibes bag that has a, just open it, but I want to keep it nice and clean for you. Little like pencil bag, makeup bag that has a Good Vibes logo on there. So these are all the little goodies that I will be giving away. And all you have to do is Take a picture of that QR code. Take a picture of that QR code or go to the website and you'll be able to be in the drawing. I'm going to do the drawing live on the Good Vibes Lifestyle live stream this coming Thursday. And I do have a special guest this week, which is Diane Alexander, who is a confidence coach. She also uses the sound, the crystal healing bowls, sound therapy. And yeah, so that'll be happening this coming Thursday at 3 o'clock live, and you can catch it wherever you're watching this broadcast right now. Let's see. Looks like LinkedIn is having an issue. So I'm not sure what's going on with LinkedIn, but I might have to re-add it. So we will do that when we go to break. Okay. So here we are in Townsend, Tennessee, and things are starting to wind down. People are getting a little, I think, tired. They came out. Oh my gosh, the mud. You should have seen there were kids playing in the mud, having a ball. It was pretty cool. But things are starting to thin out, and hopefully I'll be able to get Rick to check out a couple of the other different places. So that's what's going on right now. So if you have any comments about what you've seen so far in the show, please let me know. We're at the Smoky Mountain Bigfoot Festival. We've been live streaming all day from early this morning. I wanted to get on at 9 o'clock to catch some of the 5K race, but my goodness gracious, it was raining like nobody's business. And then we had technical difficulties getting power from the generator that wouldn't start, and it was just, a delay, but it's okay. It's about being flexible and working with what we got, and so we are here and we made it. And we've actually been streaming live for 4 hours, believe it or not. So, and today's May the 4th be with you. It's May 4th, and people, we didn't really see too many Star Wars. I saw a guy with a laser, one of the laser swords. Sorry, my brain is so fried. I'm so tired. I couldn't sleep last night because I was so excited, and then by the time I did, it was time to wake up at 5:30, and I was just tired. So they had the Bigfoot run like I talked about, and let's see, and they got rained on bad, and Rick and Chris got sopping wet, but they made it. They got their lanyard, they got their coin. We didn't catch the opening act because it was still raining, and yeah, we were, all kinds of stuff. So we did catch some of the Bigfoot Calling contest, which was very cool, and the wrestling's supposed to happen at 3:30, so I'm going to see if Rick can maybe get some of that, because that would be pretty interesting. They've had all kinds of music happening. So we had wood carvers happening. We got to see Turtleman, actually kind of interview him with his live action, and a lot of the serious Bigfoot researchers and Bigfoot expedition, like Diamond Jim Bourdwine, Ronnie LeBlanc, Russell Accord, the Mountain Monsters were here. Or are here, are Scott Russell, and of course, our dear friend Ron Moorhead, where is his name? But Ron Moorhead is also here. And I got to see him in person, which was very cool. Why don't I have his name here? I'm really surprised. But I did play 2 of the episodes, part 1 and part 2, which is based on his book, and his newest book, which you can get either on his website or on my Amazon store, is this Bigfoot Unveiled book. And this is his latest book, just came out this year, I think just in March. So check it out on my Amazon store, again, good-vibes.tv. We did have a little interview with the North Carolina Investigates group, known as NCI. George Lunsford and Rob Effler, they actually were talking about their encounters with Bigfoot. So that was some interesting stuff. And yeah, so we're here at the Bigfoot Smoky Mountain Bigfoot Festival, and it's been fun. It would have been nicer, of course, if we didn't have so much weather in the beginning, and now we got lots of mud. But the kids are playing; things are starting to wind down, so it's a nice time to go get some check out the vendors and things like that. Listen to some music. So yeah, it's been an adventure. So what else can I talk to you about? If you're watching, you can actually comment. I can put your comments on the screen, and I do appreciate the feedback I've gotten. The last interview I did was with Sean Bars. He's with Para Reality Podcast. So he talks about all things, not just Bigfoot, but many different other paranormal type events. So this broadcast, it will be available as a replay once we finish, and I'll probably pick out the highlights from it and feature them in a future episode of Good Vibes TV. So if you haven't already been to this festival, or you're thinking about coming to this festival, it's worth it. They are chock full of activities and things. Again, here's the schedule of events. And at 4 o'clock, they have the carving tent where they're auctioning all the carvings that they've done with the chainsaw. So that was very cool. Let's see. And we talked about the drawing. We talked about where you can get one of these guys. And also, if you have a suggestion for a name, please, throw it in the comments. Let me know. I want to name my little Squatch, my little Sam Squatch, my little Harry from Harry and the Hendersons. And if you have a Bigfoot story, why don't you comment and tell me about it. Are you considered a believer, a skeptic, or an experiencer? Those are kind of the categories that we have for Bigfoot people, right? So, all right, that's the schedule. And I'm going to take a little break, I guess, to see about, and actually, because my LinkedIn connection got stopped, so I may try to reconnect with LinkedIn. But in the meantime, I'll hitch up with a couple of these commercials. So here you go. Got some feedback that my microphone was a little low, so hopefully this is a little bit better. I know the little boom arm keeps moving. I got this really cool boom arm which works, but I don't think I'm working it the way it should. So let me check my audio. And okay, I think I just need to get a little closer to the microphone or talk a little louder. I've kind of I'm pooped. So I'm thinking about maybe shutting this live stream down a little sooner because I don't have a whole lot more content to tell you. I've kind of covered everything in the last 4 hours and 15 minutes. We've play 2 episodes that are about an hour long each of Ron Moorhead, which is the Bigfoot researcher that I interviewed. And I've told you about the drawing, which I hope now you, for the drawing, you have until Wednesday night to enter this drawing. And this drawing helps me out because you will be signing up for my email list, which you can unsubscribe if you don't want to. And I don't bombard you with a lot of emails, but I do notify you when special things are happening. Then you get the opportunity to subscribe to the Good Vibes TV YouTube channel. And I'm working on growing that, of course. And then comment Bigfoot on the YouTube channel, so you know how to comment on YouTube. And this is a way I can kind of cross-reference and make sure that you've done all the steps. So that's what's been going on there. And I'm still going to check out this, let's see. I'm going to go back to, let's see. Thank you. My producer from afar has let me know I need to get closer to the mic. So I'm not sure how it worked when I was interviewing the other people. The way StreamYard works, I have to use the same microphone with the second camera. So yeah, that's what's going on there. I don't know. I wonder if I should try to redo this LinkedIn connection. Just let it go. Maybe just let it go. I don't know. So I'm going to hit standby for a little bit and take a break. I'm going to give you some music to listen to. And I'll be back right after this. sound back. So let's get that music stopped. There we go. All right, welcome back to the Good Vibes Lifestyle live stream. We are streaming from Townsend, Tennessee, which is they call the peaceful side of the Smokies. And let's see, here we go. What happened? There we go. Smoky Mountain Bigfoot Festival happening in Townsend, Tennessee, the peaceful side of the Smokies. I'm here with my co-host, my little Sasquatch here. And if you want one of these guys, go to good-vibes.tv. You'll be able to check out where you can buy it in my Amazon store. And there's a cute little companion. She's all white with little boner hair, the Mrs. Bigfoot on there. So it's been an interesting day. Challenging, but I am so tired right now. So sorry that I don't have more energy. I'm working on it, but I had a little bit of coffee this morning, but it's already gone. Anyway, may the 4th be with you, and I'm looking for some of that energy. So send me some good vibes so I can keep going here. My intention was to keep going for a little while, but you know, I'm running out of things to say, and we just had a little ant just go across our camera lens. So it's been a interesting day. They started the day with a Bigfoot run, and this morning there was rain and generator problems, and Rick and Chris ran in the rain, which was so crazy. But they did it, and they got their lanyard and they got their stuff. So maybe I could talk to Rick and find out what he thought of the, well, I don't think he has good vibes right now, so maybe we shouldn't talk to him because he will maybe not be so happy. Anyway, you saw earlier there was a Bigfoot Calling contest, so that's always fun. You have some people that are really, you know, sounding like Bigfoot, and then there are others that are just kind of have funny kind of calls and stuff, which is kind of fun. And there were dancers and different music. We did see Turtleman, all kinds of vendors out there. My intention was to interview some of the attendees, but I was not able to do that, mostly podcasters. I think people are a little bit shy about being on camera, which is okay. But we did interview North Carolina Investigates with George Lunsford and Rob Effler, and they told us about their Bigfoot stories, which was pretty interesting. Whoops. We also did talk to Sean Bars with Para Reality Podcast. He's been podcasting since 2004, and his is more of a traditional audio podcast. And yes, Rick, it is a muddy mess out here. He's not looking forward to breaking it down and getting his Jeep dirty because, you know, he's very particular about his cars. So, I don't know. I'm not sure. Let me go to another commercial break and check in with him to see if he's going to want to stream from the wrestling. That's supposed to happen at 3:30. So, yeah. I think I'm going to take a little break until I have something exciting to share with you. So I will play some music and let you take a break, and as some exciting things come up, I will come back to you. So we'll be back in a little while.